Alright, hello fellow gamers and bird enjoyers. Let's play some Pioneer Izzet Phoenix. I think this deck is really sweet. I love it. I've been playing Phoenix ever since it was in Standard. It's a ton of fun, I think, and it's really strong. It's one of the best decks in Pioneer. So yeah, this is pretty close to what I would consider a stock list. I did get 3 matches into the league before I realized that I only had 14 cards in the sideboard, which is a little bit of a whoopsie daisies right there. I would not recommend running only 14 cards in your sideboard. I think what happened was I decided to test out playing the Prismari command in the main so I could free up another sideboard slot, and then I just promptly forgot to use that sideboard slot, which is kind of funny, but that's okay. I'll go, in a moment I'll go over how we could fix that, like what some of the options would be. But first I want to just talk about the deck a little bit. I'm not going to do like a basic level deck tech, kind of in the sense of like, this is what Arclight Phoenix does. We're trying to cast 3 or more instants and sorceries. Like, did you know that Treasure Cruise is a good card? Like, I think there's plenty of that all over the internet already, and that's just not what this video is trying to be. If you are like new to Pioneer and you're not familiar with this deck, there's a ton of resources out there. I highly recommend. Canister has some really good videos. He has one that's literally titled something like "I will teach you Pioneer Phoenix," and in my opinion, that's kind of required viewing for anyone who wants to play this deck. Those videos are pretty old. It's a different build of the deck. Like, he has some other videos also of him doing like leagues and challenges and stuff. He's running the older version of the deck that has pieces of the puzzle instead of Free the Fae, or Picklock Prankster, I should say. And some of his builds have Thing in the Ice instead of Ledger Shredder. So like, they're older builds, but all the like theory behind the deck still applies. So the guide is still really, really good. There are also some other resources I would recommend would be Team Handshake. Has a really good guide that they put out. You can find Isaac Bullwinkle on Twitter. You have to pay for the guide, but in my opinion, it's completely worth it. They're a group of pros that they literally played Phoenix in the last Pro Tour, and you can like read up on all their thinking behind the deck, and I think it's a super valuable resource. So yeah, so just going into that, so you can do that if you want like basic level deck text, but I do want to talk a little bit about just kind of like my philosophy behind the deck, which will kind of inform a lot of like the choices, both like gameplay choices and mulligan choices, and also the card choices. I think that kind of thing is really important to understand, especially in a deck like this where you have so many decisions to make all the time. This is a kind of hard deck to really classify. Like, people call like a kind of a combination of like a combo deck and a control deck and a tempo deck. It really doesn't fit very neatly into any one of those bins. The way I like to think about the deck, and also I'll just quickly say, I say like, this is how I like to think about the deck, and you might be asking, well, like, who the hell are you? Like, what makes you the authority on this deck? I'm not an authority on this deck. I'm just a guy who likes to play this deck. I like funny birds. But I'll just say, when I say this is how I like to think of the deck, this philosophy on the deck is basically just taken directly from those pro players that I mentioned, like Canister and Team Handshake. So also not saying that to be all like appeal to authority, like, hey, this, the pros say this, so if you play the deck differently or build the deck differently, then you're wrong. Like, no, I'm not saying that either. I think part of the beauty of this deck is that it's very, very flexible. Another player who I really recommend looking up is Coleman P on Twitter and Discord, and he actually just started a Patreon, and he has a really good primer on the deck and like a very valuable, he has his own Discord server and everything, which is absolutely fantastic. And he likes to say that the core of this deck is so strong that you could put a ham sandwich in the flex slots and still win tournaments. And I completely agree with that. So part of the beauty of this deck is that there are different ways you can play it. Like Coleman's way that he plays the deck is kind of more tempo focused. Like, he trims on the cantrips, and he plays more profts, and he has like Fable and 3 steps ahead in the sideboard and stuff like that, which is great. I think it's more of a tempo and less combo focused version of the deck, which again, it's not better or worse, it just focuses on different things. So all that being said, the point of all that is the way that I like to think of the deck is as a combo deck first and foremost. To me, I view this deck as an engine that takes cantrips and cheap spells and converts them into power and toughness on board, card advantage and card selection, and extra turns. So power and toughness on board, obviously from getting free Arclight Phoenixes from the graveyard, but also you can grow your shredders with your connive triggers, and then post sideboard you also can go wide with Young Peasy, and you can go tall with Crackling Drakes. And if you're playing profts, as some people like to do, that also is another way to convert all your card draw into power and toughness on board. Card advantage and card selection, it's kind of obvious. All these cantrips and spells are fueling the graveyard for Treasure Cruise, which is one of the best cards in the format and is arguably the strongest card in the deck. The deck is called Phoenix, but arguably, Cruise is more important to the deck. And then extra selection. I mean, obviously, all the cantrips themselves are card selection, but the Shredder Connive gives you really, really good card selection as well. I think there's a really big difference in how well the deck runs in the games that you just get a Ledger Shredder down on turn 2 and the Shredder sticks around. There are a lot of matchups where the game kind of becomes unlosable if that happens. And then obviously extra turns if you get to do the Temporal Trespass thing, especially if you copy it with Galvanic Iteration. Yeah, it's basically the whole deck is just paying you off for playing cantrips and cheap spells. Going back to mentioning Canister, if you watch his video, I really like the way he talks about it. Is he coins a term, I think he calls it the card flow state, where basically what you want, your goal in any game with this deck is to get to a point where you're just spending all your mana every turn on your cantrips, just turning through your deck, casting Free the Phase and Treasure Cruises and chaining them together. Once you get to the point where you are you have a loaded graveyard and you're just going Free the Fae, Treasure Cruise over and over, and constantly growing your Shredders, getting your Phoenixes back, those games become really hard to lose. You're getting tons of free value out of that. And when you think of the deck like that, where it's a machine that takes in your cantrips and turns that into just free value and broken spells, I think it becomes kind of obvious that you should play all 12 of your cantrips because they are absolutely crucial to making the deck function. And literally every card in the deck is built around maximizing your cantrips in some way. You can cut your slate of hands, but it's not just about being a Xerox deck and trying to find the pieces of your deck better. If you cut cantrips or try to deviate from that plan, it becomes harder to bring your Phoenixes back. It becomes harder to trigger Connive. Picklock or Free the Fae gets worse because you have less good hits off of it. Young Pyromancer gets worse, Crackling Drake gets worse, and your Delve spells get worse because you are less consistent at both finding them and fueling the graveyard. So all that being said, yeah, I view the deck as a combo deck first and foremost. Some people like to think of it as a control or tempo deck. We definitely have elements of control in the sense that we do play a good amount of interaction, but I don't think it really is correct to think of us as a control deck in the same way as blue-white control or something like that, where the deck is just a pile of answers and they just try to stop whatever the opponent is doing and slow the game down. I think it's really important to realize that our answers are only, I guess I think of it as more like a tempo deck in the sense that we are not going to stop everything our opponent does. We don't have enough answers to do that. We need to think of our answers as just ways to slow our opponent down long enough for us to just start popping off with cruises and birds and things like that. When you look at, we don't have that many counter spells. When you look at things like Petty Theft and Aether Gust, those aren't control cards, those are tempo cards. They're really good if we are, just need to buy one turn to pop off. They're really bad if we're just actually just playing hard control and not doing anything. So our game plan with our interaction shouldn't be answer everything our opponent does and then eventually win. It should be use the interaction to just slow our opponent down and maybe answer one or two very key things. And then the other things they do don't matter if we're, copying broken Delve spells. And I say all that because, again, it goes back to what Canister says about the card flow state. It's when it comes to evaluating opening hands, I think new players to this deck will often see an opening hand that's Lightning Axe, Spell Pierce, Phoenix, Treasure Cruise, 3 lands. And you look at that and you're oh, wow, it's a mix of lands and spells. You've got Phoenix and Treasure Cruise, which are 2 of the best cards in the deck. And I've got a way to answer creatures, and I've got a way to answer non-creature stuff. That looks like a good hand. That's a terrible hand. You need to throw that hand away immediately. Because, with any deck in any format, you need to evaluate your opening hands by thinking of what's the plan of this hand, or what does this hand do? And this deck's plan, at least, when we're building it this way, is not answer, whatever my opponent does, and then hope I draw something good. Right? You're much better off mulliganing for a hand that actually gets you into the card flow state faster, because you never ever want to just be at the mercy of the top of your deck. So yeah, with that in mind, we can talk a little bit more about some of the card choices here. I decided to try Prismari Command as like a flex slot in the main. You know, Ashiok is also obviously a flex slot. You could put something else there instead. But the reason why I think these two are both good main board cards is because, again, they proactively help with our plan game one. Ashiok is really, really good against something like Amalia or like Nivtalite or Lotus Field or the Mirror. And sometimes, having that in your deck game one is just going to steal games. But even when the interaction isn't as relevant, just milling yourself to fuel like your trespasses and your cruises is really, really good, especially game one where, the game is more about temporal trespass than it might necessarily be after sideboarding when your opponent brings in their graveyard hate. Same thing with Prismari Command. Like if this was a Braid instead, I would not put it in the main board, but the fact that we can interact with something while also drawing to and discarding to and helping with the card flow, I think is kind of a big deal, and that makes this card main boardable. And that's kind of the argument of doing this over like a Brazen Borrower, where like, yes, it's good interaction, and like I don't think it's bad to have a Brazen Borrower in the main board, but it's not proactive. So yeah, now that we've talked about that, going back to how I'd fix this this sideboard oopsie, is I think what I'm going to do going forward is just move the Prismari Command back to the sideboard and add one more Galvanic iteration. Again, just kind of on the theory that like this is a combo deck. The reason to play this deck is because copying Ancestral Recall and Time Walk is broken, and this lets us lean into the combo thing a little better game one. But there are a bunch of other things you could do. You could cut this out. You could still have the Prismari. You could play like another Aether Gust in the sideboard or another Negate or Dispute. Those are all very good. Or you could play a Disdainful Stroke. I think like, again, going back to the philosophy of like we don't need much interaction. We just need to like interact in key ways. Another like reason that having all these cantrips is so good is because like, yeah, we don't have that many flex slots, but every single one is incredibly impactful. And like a lot of the time, one negate is all we need. Like, or just stop the big scary thing that our opponent is doing just long enough for us to win the game. Because like in any game that goes long, if you're getting into your card flow state, you're going to see most of your deck. Like you will find that negate eventually, which is honestly a really big strength of this deck. So yeah, one other thing that I'll call out is I'm not running Proft's Eidetic Memory. I know it's a very popular card, and I keep going back and forth on it. I don't think it's bad. I think it lends itself more to like a control game, it lends itself more to a tempo kind of game plan. My problem with the card is I do think it's kind of win more in the sense that like it is a really, really good payoff for being in your card flow state, but it doesn't actually help you get there, and it doesn't do anything if you're not there. Like Profts on, especially in the early game, like just playing Profts on turn 2 is so much of a worse play than like playing a Shredder or a Free the Fae, or even just cantripping to like, fuel the graveyard. It can be very good in the early game if you go like exactly Shredder Profts, but that's like, you can't really rely on that. I do like having just like one Proft in the sideboard because I think it's incredible to draw into late game, like once you are churning through your deck and you have a couple of Picklocks just like hang out in exile, and you have the extra mana, just be like, okay, bam, Picklock, Profts, Cruise, like now I have a huge scary guy. But yeah, other than that, I think I keep going back and forth on it. I think it's very high variance, and like a lot of the time it is only good when you're already casting multiple Cruises. So yeah, that being said, let's get into the league. So I already played the league actually, and I'm just going to be commentating on the replays. I did not like record and commentate live as I was playing. In the future, I'll try and do the kind of like, just commentate over the live gameplay, like as I'm playing it kind of thing. But yeah, that's not what we're doing today. I think they both have value. I think like anybody who's trying to improve as a Magic player, you should go over your own replays after the fact, because I think a lot of the time you will see things that you didn't see like in the game. Like when you play a game, it can be really easy to tell when you lose if it's something like if it's like, oh, I'm going to make him have it, and he had it, like, okay, I lost because of that. Like, that's very obvious. Especially in a deck like this, there are going to be games where, like, you lose the game because, like, turn 2, you cast a Slate of Hand and you bottom a Lightning Axe, and then, like, turn 10, you get killed by something that the Lightning Axe would have answered. Like, that type of thing becomes much easier to catch on a replay, and those are the, like, decisions and, like, tiny little inflection points that will kind of take you to the next level with this deck. But anyway, I've talked long enough. Let's get into the games. All right, so here we are, round 1, game 1. Just watching the replay here. Lose the die roll, which is fine. It happens. Waiting for him to decide. So here's an opening hand. I think I like this hand. I definitely am going to keep it. The Ashiok maybe is kind of high variance. We don't know what we're up against. We don't know if it'll be good or bad. But and we also don't really have any interaction, but it 100% passes the card flow test. Having Free the Fae and Treasure Cruise in your opening hand, along with like another cantrip as well, just in case, I think is super, super strong. We are kind of at risk of just getting run over by something. Like if I saw a Gigantha on the other side of the table and knew that we were playing against aggro, this would probably make me want to mulligan this. But in the blind, this is just a very, very powerful hand to have. So we keep it. Opponent goes first, and we're against a Rakdos gamer. So probably vampires. We can just infer that right away. Consider, again, is just a fantastic, fantastic draw because right now our game plan is just work towards a Treasure Cruise, which is incredibly good against vampires. I think vampires is kind of it's a really hard deck to play against because they can do so many different things, and which makes it really hard to like be reactive to them and try and like counter their game plan. Like they have, obviously just a fair game plan of playing like, Rakdos mid-range things, and against that game plan, Treasure Cruise just straight up dunks on that. Like if they're trying to do like trade 1-for-1, take us to a low resource game, like casting Treasure Cruise is how you beat that. Like I don't think Rakdos most of the time can beat if you just resolve 2 Treasure Cruises. The thing that makes them hard is that, sometimes instead of doing that fair mid-range thing, they'll just drop Sorin Ripper on turn 3, and it's like, okay, instead of a mid-range deck, this game you're playing against Show and Tell. And it's like obviously you really want to have a Spell Pierce or something in hand to deal with that, or a Lightning Axe to kill the Ripper afterwards. But like you can't treat it like a combo deck where you just mulligan for your interaction, because like their fair mid-range hands and like their Thought Seizes are just going to completely punish you for that. So we keep the second Cruise, again, just because Cruise is so strong in this matchup. It's an interesting choice to keep one that like we can't really cast yet, but often the first Cruise is going to draw you into ways to cast the second Cruise. And since we have Free the Fae and Consider, we already have multiple ways to load at the graveyard, even potentially Ashiok if we have the opportunity to do that. And keeping a second Cruise against Rakdos is often a really good idea, even if you can't cast it yet, because it makes you Thoughtseize proof, right? Like if they're doing fair things, the game becomes all about just how many Cruises can you resolve. So we just play Otawara. Our plan is to hold up Free the Fae, potentially, at least bluff Spell Pierce for a Sorin or a Fable. We can consider to look for one if we want to. So we're hoping to not see Sorin here, obviously. Slowly getting bonked by a Blood Tithe, but it's not the worst thing in the world. So with his second Blood Tithe, obviously very relieved that it's not Sorin, but this is the type of like aggro start that can kind of be really scary if you're not ready for it. That's another thing, like another just different approach that vampires can attack you on is like sometimes they're a fair mid-range deck, sometimes they're a combo deck, also sometimes they're just an aggro deck when they play like 3 Harvesters and just try and kill you really fast. And all of those kind of demand different ways to fight them, which is, makes the deck hard to play against. So it's a really interesting choice. We can take a Pierce or a Lightning Axe or an Opt. Pierce is obviously really good against Sorin or Fable. Yeah, I selected the Lightning Axe, thought about it for a second. I went with the Axe again. So Pierce and Axe are both really good against Sorin Ripper. I think we're incentivized to take Axe pretty heavily because we have a Phoenix in hand and we need a way to discard it. Also, Pierce is good against Sorin or Fable, but it's really bad against just the multiple Blood Tithe Harvesters on board. Now the Trespass is kind of an awkward draw, because now we have 3 Delve spells in hand. So yeah, I have a couple options here. We could just like consider, try to hit another cantrip, because if we consider and hit another cantrip, then we can cast that, and then Lightning Axe one of the Harvesters, and do Phoenix things on turn 3, which is pretty good. But I think we're very incentivized to save the Lightning Axe for a potential Sorin. Like if we spend our Lightning, or a potential Ripper, I should say. If we spend our Lightning Axe now, and then our opponent goes Sorin Ripper, we lose the game. We can take a few more bonks from these Blood Tithes, and the game's not over yet. So I think when we have these Cruises in hand, we're pretty heavily incentivized to just kind of try and slow down the game and win on a card advantage axis, especially when our opponent isn't like actively killing us yet. We are going to get to that point pretty fast, though, with multiple Blood Tithes on the board. He swings in. So we don't block. You know, we would just be saving 3 damage, but having a body in play is really, really valuable, you know, to sack to a Ripper's ward cost. Like, Prankster is super valuable for that in this matchup. And when we see he plays the Bank Buster, we kind of breathe a huge sigh of relief. Because like I was saying, against Rakdos, a lot of the time, like, it's kind of hard to figure out what axis the game is going to be won or lost on. You know, are you going to be playing against, like, a stupid combo deck, or are you going to be playing against a fair mid-range deck? This draw beats a fair mid-range deck. Multiple cruises is fantastic. The 3 Blood Tithes is scary, though, because that's really threatening to kill us before we can actually realize the advantage from these. So consider Fiery Impulse is obviously pretty good here. You know, just deal with these Blood Tithes. Actually binned it. I guess, yeah, because I was just trying to fuel up the cruises as much as possible. Maybe a little greedy, but the Lightning Axe works out. So we have a couple choices here. We can just go for Phoenix things. We can try and play a Shredder, which I did. Because, yeah, going Shredder plus Connive, yeah, we kill a Harvester. Going Shredder Connive lets us block the Harvesters profitably, which is very, very good here. Again, just kind of trying to extend the game and realize our advantages from these cruises. So here we Connive. I actually discarded a cruise, which in retrospect was a big mistake. I think I was getting a little greedy trying to keep the Ashiok and think like, okay, I can Ashiok and that'll fuel both the cruise and the trespass. But I was just talking about how valuable it is to keep a second cruise in case you get Thought Seized. And just because, like, again, cruise is such a strong card. I think because I drew the trespass and because, you know, we're getting kind of low on life, I was starting to think that, like, the card advantage from the second cruise might not matter as much. Getting a little bit worried about, like, okay, what if we die before we can cast it? But the same kind of goes for Ashiok. But you will very often be in positions like this where you have to choose between keeping a cruise and keeping a trespass, which, again, kind of forces you to make a decision of how you think the game is going to go and what axis will it be won on. It's like, do I care more about the card advantage or do I care more about the tempo? So our Shredder gets pushed, which is pretty scary. And he duresses the Treasure Cruise. So right there, that's where I knew I made a huge mistake. Should have kept the second cruise. We're in a lot of trouble now. This Ashiok is, like, pretty pointless. Like, we can't spend our turn casting it because we will just die. So discarding the cruise to the Connive was kind of a huge punt. Opponent swings out. Yeah, we chump block the Bank Buster. We have a few options here. We could have, you know, thrown our pick lock in front of the Mutavault and still kept the body around. I think I was just trying to keep the life total as high as possible because, like, you know, we can play another pick lock to chump block with. No matter what, at this point, we are dead to a Ripper, but he hasn't had it for this long, so there's no reason to think he's going to do it. The Phoenix is a very, very good draw. We're still kind of in a lot of trouble here. I think at this point, we're dead on board. Like, just playing a pick lock isn't good enough. We kind of, our only out here is to go Free the Fae into a cantrip and have that cantrip find a land that lets us cast the Lightning Axe. We need to get, then we can get the 3 Phoenixes back, and we did it. We found a cruise, so we kind of got bailed out for that punt that I had earlier. Still need to draw a land, but we do. We get the Stormcarved Coast, Lightning Axe, one of the Harvesters pitching the Phoenix, and bring 3 birds back. So again, that's just kind of an example of, like, against Rakdos, like I was saying, you know, sometimes you want to play really careful, or like it might be tempting to kind of try and play like a control deck and stop them from, like, doing Sorin Ripper things, but they don't always have it. As we'll see later in the league, you can, I don't remember if we see it later in the league, but you still can beat, like, even if they have the nuts and they go Sorin Ripper, you still can beat it with a Lightning Axe. And usually the way you win these games, like, especially when they just kind of do, like, normal fair things that don't involve playing show and tell, the way you beat them is by casting cruises and getting Phoenixes back and just going over the top of them. So yeah, we decide to play it a little cautiously, swing with only 1 Phoenix. Obviously we're happy to trade a Phoenix with a Mutavault or a Blood Tithe or whatever. So he actually doesn't go aggro. He tries to draw a card. Makes me wonder what kind of stuff he could have had in his hand. I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if that was the right choice, because maybe he should have just been like animating his like Mutavault and just trying to swing out and kill us as fast as possible. Not really sure what he's digging for here, but tapping out is a very interesting call. And again, you know, totally happy to trade a Phoenix with a Harvester. We got that Phoenix for free. Just getting a land isn't the best thing in the world, but at this point, Temporal Trespass is great here because we can literally just kill him. If we swing for 6 this turn and then bring a Phoenix back next turn. So in retrospect, I think casting the Free the Fae there was a bit of a mistake, because it would probably be more valuable. Or if we're trespassing this turn, then we are not bringing a Phoenix back this turn no matter what. So it's probably more valuable to save the trespass or the Free the Fae for next turn to ensure we triple spell and get the Phoenix back that we need for lethal. But the flip side of that is casting the Free the Fae now uses our mana better and lets us dig a little more. We did hit a Slate of Hand off of it. However, in retrospect, I do think that I should have saved the Free the Fae. So definitely some misplays here, but we get lucky enough and get bailed out. We go Slate of Hand into Consider. Get a Cruise too, which doesn't matter at this point because our opponent is tapped out and they are dead on board. So why do we win that game? Even with some dodgy decisions, honestly, on my part. And again, it's the type of thing that's easier to see in retrospect. Although pitching the second Cruise, I knew immediately that was a mistake as soon as our opponent cast Duress. But the reason we won, again, is because we did broken things. We got free birds, and we got to cast Ancestral Recall, and our opponent had a kind of like fair aggro plan, and our game plan just beat that. So we're in game 2 here. I also realized that this kind of like or commentating the replays after the fact makes it kind of hard to talk about sideboarding decisions. But we can just do it this way. So obviously I take out the Ashiok. It's not very good in this matchup. Take out the Temporal Trespass because they're probably going to have Graveyard Hate. Take out all the Fiery Impulses because they're just not super impactful. Like the best thing they're going to do is kill like a Blood Tithe Harvester or a Manland. Board out 1 Phoenix and board out 1 Lightning Axe. Phoenix just because we're bringing in all our Crackling Drakes. So when you do that, you usually want to take out probably at least just 1 Phoenix, just to kind of like diversify your threats a little bit and make yourself a little more resistant to Graveyard Hate. You don't want to just like bring in your Crackling Drakes and then just like leave in all your Phoenixes, just because like there's a point where you have too many threats in the deck and not enough like cantrips and enablers and things like that. You want to kind of maintain a good balance of like threats to other cards, because if you take out too many cantrips or other things like that, the deck just doesn't function well. So take out 1 Phoenix. We bring in 2 Borrowers. I don't bring in the Negate here. I know some people do to try and hit like a Sorin or a Fable, but kind of like I was saying earlier, like we don't really beat vampires by being a bad control deck. We beat them by executing our game plan better and like doing broken things and outvaluing them. And I think, yes, like not bringing in Negate does kind of make you a little weaker to the potential turn 3 Sorin Ripper, but like I kind of think that you just get a better win rate in the long term by just saying like if they have it, they have it. And like we can still beat that with a Lightning Axe if we're like, casting turn 3 Cruises. Having said that, I do like to trim 1 Lightning Axe against them, because it's in this really weird place against this deck where like it's really, really good and honestly crucial to have exactly 1 to be able to deal with a Ripper, or like maybe a Shieldred or an Archfiend not Archfiend, what's the Preacher of the Schism. Like having 1 Lightning Axe is really important, but having multiples and 2-for-1ing yourself against like their fair mid-range plan is really bad. And also like, if you trim Phoenixes, then the Lightning Axes get worse too. So that's the logic there. So yeah, bring in Drakes, bring in Brazen Borrower. Brazen Borrower is like not super great against their just like mid-range plan, but it's a really good answer to Fable. And again, when you're a lot of the time you'll get to a situation where like you're casting, your delve spells and stuff, and they have an Archfiend or something on the board, or a Ripper, and just bouncing it gives you enough time to pull ahead. Some people like to bring in Young Pyromancer. I see the argument for that. Again, I think it's kind of too reactive. Like, yes, it feels great to like axe a Ripper and sack a Pyromancer token, but like I think most of the time in the just like regular fair games that happen more often than not, playing Young Pyromancer isn't as strong as just, I'd rather play a Ledger Shredder or a Free the Fae or something like that. Young Pyromancer is really in the sideboard to be like a really aggressive aggro card. Like it's mainly just to be like an extra 2-drop that's super threatening and provides a good clock against like the really greedy decks like Mono Green and Niv Mizzet and like Lotus Field and Quintorius, stuff like that. You can bring in Pyro against vampires. I'm not going to say it's wrong, but that's the reason why I'm not doing it here. So anyway, close that. So obviously we're going second here. Come on. So this is an interesting hand here. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention I like to bring in the board sweepers too. Because again, like I think if you have 3 board sweepers in your sideboard, I wouldn't bring in all 3 of them just because like it's not necessarily a card that you want to see in your opening hand and cast on curve. But it is really, really nice to have just like 1 or 2 in your deck somewhere to draw into late game, because it's a great out to the games where they do just play like 3 Blood Tides or like they have multiple Fables. Also, if you keep in Galvanic Iteration, then copying an Anger can be a great out to a Blood Tithe can be a great out to a Ripper that actually just gets around the ward cost. I've seen some people say that like, so usually when you take out Trespass, you want to take out Iteration too. I have seen some people say that in this matchup specifically, Iteration can be just like a nice thing to keep in, as just like a generic value card. It's an interesting thing to try out. So we keep this. It's a pretty slow hand. But the Spell Pierce in the opening hand is really big. It protects us from an early Sorin or a Fable. And you're just also like really disincentivized to mulligan against Thoughtseize decks. So he does Duress us, which also is the problem with Spell Pierce, or kind of trying to play this like a control deck, or like bringing in Negate or things like that. Because like, yes, you want counter magic for Sorin and Fable, but counter magic is also terrible when they have discard spells. So like in situations like this where they can just take away your counter magic if it's going to help you, you're better off just trying to do your own proactive game plan. So we get a little Thoughtseize bug there. We're very lucky that we get a new Consider, because yeah, the problem with him taking Consider there is that we're just dead in the water and we're in top deck mode. So finding another Consider is honestly probably one of the best cards we could have found. Nothing on turn 2 is very nice. I think in game 1 against vampires, you don't really need to hold up Spell Pierce on turn 2. Obviously, you want to have Spell Pierce for like, Sorin or Fable. Game 2, holding up Spell Pierce on turn 2, or like post sideboarding, I should say, becomes a lot more important to counter a Hearse. But he didn't have one. And if he did, he probably would have taken the Spell Pierce with the Duress. So the fact that he didn't take Spell Pierce kind of tells us a lot about what might be in his hand. So we didn't consider on end step there. I know it's not a great use of the mana. But again, I think if we consider there, then the Galvanic Iteration is kind of stranded in our hand. And Free the Fae is a fantastic draw. So we'll pay 2 life here so we can, Free the Fae on their end step, or just potentially Spell Pierce and Consider. But yeah, not considering there on that first end step is a big play, because I think it's an example of like where a player who's newer to the deck just kind of wants to be like, okay, I'm going to cast all my cantrips as fast as I can, which like you probably do want to do, like if you have a cruise in your hand and you just want to load up your graveyard as fast as possible. But this is a situation where we only have 1 cantrip. If we spend that and like we only draw lands, then we're just in top deck mode. When you only have 1 cantrip in your hand, I think it's very valuable to at least consider, or at least think about saving it to get more value out of it. So obviously we can get more value out of it by combining it with the Galvanic, but you also just get more value from your cantrips by waiting a turn or 2 to cast them when you have more information. Right? Like if you can cantrip and then draw a card, or draw a card and then cantrip, drawing a card and then cantripping is more valuable because, you know, you can make a better informed decision on what you need in your hand. So he has Preacher. We just free the Fae in response. Obviously, the exact timing doesn't matter. And Cruise is exactly what we want to see. Now, we're probably considering saving the Galvanic to use with the Cruise. Lightning Axe is a great pickup. So here we just decide to, yeah, I think now I pivot to like just, now we have the Cruise in hand. We want to use the Galvanic on that. We just start considering to really aggressively fill the graveyard. But the Crackling Drake is a really interesting card to see on top. So we keep it. I didn't really talk about Crackling Drake much so far, but yeah, I have 3 Crackling Drakes in the sideboard, at least for this league. So that's another thing that I've kind of been going back and forth on. I think, yeah, when you do more props heavy builds, it incentivizes you to trim the Drakes or cut them entirely, just because I think they kind of compete for the same role. What do we do here? Yeah, so we just axe the Preacher, discarding the Galvanic. Galvanic's a fine card to discard, just because, you know, you can still get the flashback value from it later. We could have kept the Galvanic in hand to try and, like, you know, aggressively go for a Galvanic Cruise. That gets harder, obviously, if you have, you know, if the Galvanic costs 3 instead of 2. But I think, yeah, at this point, maybe I could have made the read that Spell Pierce wasn't very good anymore, or not very good at all, because he didn't, because our opponent didn't take it with the Duress. So maybe it would have been a good play to discard the Spell Pierce instead, and then just go for, like, Galvanic Cruise next turn. Could go either way, I think. But yeah, as I was saying about the Crackling Drake, I think the reason I like it more than Profts here is, so they fulfill very similar roles. They both pay you off for, you know, playing a lot of, you know, playing all your cantrips and stuff. You know, Profts, it's easy to look at Profts and think, like, okay, if I have Profts and a Picklock, it kind of lets you, like, build your own Drake, which is true. But I think also part of the value of Drake is that, like, you just slam it and it's a big friggin' guy immediately. Whereas with, like, you know, Props and a Picklock, you need to then, like, cast some Treasure Cruises or something as well afterwards. And Drake it just does more on its own, which I think is super valuable in a matchup like this, like against discard decks that want to try and put you in, like, a low resource war. One thing about our deck is that, like, most of the cards don't actually do anything on their own. Our deck has a lot of air in it. And when you don't have that many threats in your deck, it's like a surprisingly large amount of the time you can run into situations where you just draw through your whole deck, but, like, your opponent managed to answer the guys you had, and, like, your deck just doesn't do anything anymore. So I think it's really valuable as a pivot in a deck like where most of our cards don't do much, to have a card like this that just has a lot of power and value all wrapped up in one card. Like, you play this, it instantly draws you a card, so it fights against that, like, card advantage axis that Rakdos tries to do, and it literally just says, like, answer me now or you die. So Crackling Drake is really good like that. Yeah, not just as a pivot threat. Like, obviously it's good as a pivot threat, like, in the sense that it's just a big guy and it, you know, dodges graveyard hate. But it also kind of, in a sense, pivots to just, like, decks that want to try and strip away your combo plan and, like, put you low on resources. So it just pivots around that really well by being a card that's just really good on its own. Like, you could have literally nothing else on the field. Like, your whole graveyard could be exiled. You just top deck a Drake and slam it, and all of a sudden, like, you're dominating the board. And it just demands an answer. So it's a really good tempo card in that sense, too. You might not think so because, like, you know, it costs 4 mana and you tap out for it. But, like, it's one of those cards where you feel okay with just tapping out for it because, like, your opponent has to respect it and do something about it instantly. So yeah, so I just go for the Cruise instantly here. I think, yeah, that's another reason to not try and go for the Galvanic Cruise next turn. Against Rakdos, like, against discard decks, you're very heavily incentivized to just cruise, like, as early and proactively as you can. Like, sometimes you might get greedy and be like, oh, if I wait one more turn, I could Galvanic Cruise, or I could, like, you know, I could cruise, like, without exiling my Phoenix or something like that. But if you do that, and then they just untap and play Thoughtseize or Go Blank or something, like, that's just an absolute disaster. So we're kind of just playing it safe here, just cruising aggressively, especially because we know we have a good turn 4 play in the Drake. So we just want to find a land and slam that. So, you know, you get your cruises when you can against Rakdos. I think that's really important. And again, like, we tapped out. We're not respecting the possibility of a Sorin here. That's fine, because, again, we resolved a cruise, and that, you know, that's one of the most important things we can do against them. Kind of making a read that they don't have Sorin or Fable or something, because if they did, you know, they wouldn't have let us keep the Spell Pierce. Like if they look at your hand and they go, yeah, sure, you can keep that Spell Pierce, you can kind of deduce from that that the Spell Pierce isn't very good against their draw. Like exactly like this. Their draw was they just slammed creatures. You know? Spell Pierce is not good against this draw. So Archfiend is kind of scary. Another Drake is a fantastic draw, actually. Yeah, we're just slamming Drake here. Drake could trade with the Archfiend if we want. That's another thing about that makes Drake so good against vampires. It answers Archfiend and Ripper, not by actually killing them, but by just being a big friggin' flyer. So you can trade with Archfiend or Ripper if you want. And he thought seizes us. And he takes the second Drake, which totally makes sense. But again, like Thoughtseize, when we have more cards in hand, is kind of totally fine, and which again just speaks to how strong the Treasure Cruise is. So he goes to declare attackers, and this is a really interesting part, or like inflection point in this game, because he's offering this trade. I think, yeah, for a second I think about blocking, and then I decide not to. This is another point where like maybe a newer player of this deck would think like, oh man, Archfiend is really scary, like I can get rid of it? Yeah, let me get rid of it. The Drake is better in this situation than Archfiend is. Like I thought about blocking it and just taking the trade, and usually you'd be happy with that, because you're like, okay, I 2-for-1 my opponent, like, you know, we're even on tempo because we both spent 4 mana for our big flyer. I gained a card from it, like we're up in that trade. Looking at this, we can win this race, right? Like he has us on a 3-turn clock here. Right now we have him on a 3-turn clock as well, but we have cantrips, we have ways to load at the graveyard, we can probably speed up that clock and kill him in 2 turns. And the fact that he's offering this trade, well, also he has us on a 3-turn clock, but we know we have a pick lock that we can chump block with to slow down that clock. So the fact that he's offering this trade tells me that he probably doesn't have a way to deal with this Drake. Like if he had a removal spell, he would have just done it before combat, killed the Drake, and then started pressuring us with the Archfiend. When I saw that he's willing to make this trade, you can kind of deduce what they might or might not have in their hand from that. It tells me that he's scared of this Drake. He wants the Drake to be gone. So I don't block. I say, you know what, I'm at 18, I can go to 12. That's totally fine. So what does he do here? Yeah, there's the Go Blank. Again, like, that's a pretty bad card for him to cast after we resolved our cruise. So we're still up on cards after this Go Blank resolves, and like we don't really have anything in our graveyard that we care about anymore. So like we're up on cards, and we're ahead on board. So like that's how you make these discard spells terrible. Is like, and that especially applies to Waste Not. The way you beat them is just by loading up on threats, and like you punish their discard spells by just playing to the board. You know, like Go Blank and Thoughtseize are all really good when like when all your resources are in your hand in your graveyard. When you have something on the board and you're just killing them and they Go Blank you, you laugh. So yeah, what we discard the Spell Pierce in the island. Like I was saying, the Spell Pierce, just like from what's going on like from in the game so far, and like the fact that they didn't take it with the duress, we can conclude that the Spell Pierce is just not doing much for us now. Also, once you get to the point where people like once you get out of the first couple of turns, Spell Pierce gets bad just because they're likely to be able to pay the tax. And then the extra land, just we probably don't need it. Sleight of Hand is a great draw. We can just start casting cantrips to pump up our boy and turn him into a 2-turn clock. And that's exactly what we do here. So here he's a 2-turn clock already. What we could do is just play the pick lock, you know, get that out. But I decided to just keep cantripping. I feel like putting him lower on life could matter. And you see, like, before, like, 1 turn ago, this guy was a 6-4, now he's an 11-4. And we are 100% winning this race. And we have multiple ways that we can attack him right now. Like, he needs to respond to this Drake. And, like, if he spends his turn doing that, then we can just build up a cruise. Like, we're kind of compounding our advantage here. I think that's one of the best things about Drake, is that like it forces your opponent to respond to it. And if you play the Drake kind of like when you have something else going on, like you're threatening to cruise, then it kind of forks your opponent. Like if they're killing the Drake, then they're not stopping me from cruising. And if they do something to stop this cruise, like if they cast another Go Blank or they spend their turn Thought Seizing, like that's great because I'm killing them with the Drake. So like there it is. There's the Thought Seize. At this point, we don't care about that. Like, yeah, take the cruise. Like what matters now is that we're ahead on board. So obviously he doesn't swing here. And at this point, the Archfiend only has 2 counters left. So we don't even need to kill him with the Drake. Like he can't swing with the Archfiend because if he does, then we just kill him on the crackback. Now the game just becomes do not die. And the Archfiend will do our job for us. So we're just playing out bodies to chump block with. Like, yeah, obviously we don't need that land, especially since it's a tap land. We don't care about getting the counter on the Shredder because, like, its job is literally just to chump block the Archfiend if needed. Obviously, we do not swing with the Drake. At this point, the Archfiend is our win con. Like, at this point, if he does draw a removal spell, he kind of has to use it on the Archfiend. Like, he can use it on the Drake, but he still can't kill us in time. So he loses the counter. He has 1 turn to kill us. He swings, because I think at this point his only out is that for some reason we decide to take this trade. Or maybe if he has some way to like wipe the board, then like he could deal 6 to us and then give us 3 of these death triggers, and that would be exactly lethal. But he just swings, I guess hoping that we take the trade. Yeah, we chump block just to play around like the take 6 and then 3 death triggers thing. I don't know what he could possibly have. But obviously we do not trade. We want the Archfiend to stay alive at this point. And he concedes. So, why do we win this match? We won this, and it's always good to ask yourself that after any match or game of Magic. Like, why did I win, or why did I lose? Especially against something like Rakdos, where like kind of evaluating the game plan and the important axis that you're going to win or lose on makes a really big difference. Like, Rakdos is a great example because like some games you win by card advantage, by casting a lot of cruises. Some games you win or lose because they, did Ripper things and you couldn't deal with that. Like, so that's less about card advantage. Like a cruise isn't going to save you, and it's more about like finding a specific answer or being able to pressure them well or something like that. So, I mean, this game we just won off the power of Crackling Drake, right? They had a draw that was just like play disruption and creatures, and we. Like, they didn't stop us from treasure cruising, and Crackling Drake, like the value and power of that just lined up really well against what they were doing. Game 1, we won again just by being proactive and casting cruises and getting Phoenixes back. It was really close. We got a little lucky, and we also just got lucky with our draws, and we got lucky that like we never saw Sorin or a Ripper at all in this match, which is great. Like, we'll take that. But that just goes to show like they don't always have it. And when they're just kind of playing their fair game plan, if you just focus on, doing your proactive combo stuff and outvaluing them, like that usually beats their fair plan. Again, so like, and that also goes to show when I say combo, I don't necessarily mean like working up to copying Temporal Trespass. Just casting a cruise or 2 and getting some birds beats most mid-range decks. So yeah, that was round 1. All right, so here we are in round 2. We won the die roll this time. You'll love to see it. Right away, before we even see anything else, our opponent is on 80 cards. That means they are a Yorion gamer, and that almost definitely means they are a Niv Mizzet deck. They could potentially be blue-white control. They sometimes do Yorion things, but it's almost always Niv Mizzet. So before we do anything else, like that can inform our mulligan decisions and all that sort of stuff. So we won the die roll. Obviously, we like to play first. Always say good luck, have fun to your opponent. So this is a this is an interesting hand here. This is definitely a mull. One land is kind of tough to, I mean, one land and like multiple pick locks is really, really tempting, because this is a hand where like as soon as we hit, like if this consider hits our second land, then we're just off to the races. Like the cards are flowing if we hit that second land. So I think in the blind, this is one that I would be tempted to keep, but it's also super risky because if you don't hit that second land, like you kind of just lose on the spot. It would be better if this was a Spire Bluff or something, and then we at least could like cast our red spells. However, against Niv Mizzet specifically, this is a just automatic mulligan because this is a matchup where we are 100% the beatdown and we need to tempo them out and win fast because this is a matchup where we do want to bring in Young Pyromancer. Basically, their greedy game plan long term will beat our combo. It will beat our plan of doing like treasure cruises and free birds. So we do not have the inevitability. It's one of the few decks in the format where we actually can say like we do not beat them long term. And so this is where we need to pivot to kind of our aggro game plan. The other decks in that category would be like Mono Green, Quintorius, and Lotus Field. So I think against most other decks, I could see keeping this and trying to, hoping to hit that second land and then just like getting the card flow going because that'll just like do kind of crazy things. But it's really tempo negative in the early turns. And in this matchup, we need to be putting on pressure right away. So this is a mulligan. The second hand is also pretty rough. I think Shredder, obviously, as a Shredder as a turn 2 play is very, very good against them. Again, because like we kind of need to play tempo. We want to do the kind of like ideally we'll do the kind of like Spirits or Delver game plan of like stick a threat, establish a clock, and kill them while like interacting with their important stuff. So Shredder helps with that. Spell Pierce helps with that. But again, we're really not getting the card flow going, and Fiery Impulse is just like a dead card in this matchup, especially game 1. Post sideboard, they can bring in some other like kind of scary creatures to counter us. Like they do Camball, the guy who drains life whenever we cast a non-creature spell, and they can bring in Notion Thief sometimes. So Fiery Impulse can hit those post board. Lightning Axe is nice to have one of to just like kill an Omnath, because if Omnath sticks around, that like they can just run away with the game. But still, this is an example of like one of those hands that I talked about in the intro where like you can look at this hand and think like, wow, we have a threat and a whole bunch of interaction. Like this is a good hand. But the problem with this hand is that we are just instantly in top deck mode. The card flow is not happening. So I think I actually mulligan to 5 here. Oh no, I kept this. Okay. Yeah, the fiery, like I said, the Fiery Impulse is dead because we, there really is not going to be a target for it, so that's pretty rough. Honestly, well, in retrospect here, I think I should have probably mulliganed to 5. But I think, I'm keeping this on the strength of the turn 2 Shredder and the Spell Pierce, hoping to draw into something. But it's tough because we really are just like relying on the top of our deck. So kind of stinky hands here, but what can you do? So we go to our turn 2. Phoenix is like an okay draw. So we have a decision to make here. Do we just jam the Shredder on turn 2 here? Or do we try and wait to, hopefully draw a land and be able to play Shredder with Spell Pierce back up? So yeah, I just go ahead and play the Shredder. It's really tough if he just untaps and removes it. If I had another land or even like a cantrip or something, I would have waited. But like the downside of holding the Shredder is, what if we do that? Like it's great if we do that and next turn we draw the land that we need. It's terrible if we don't. Or even like if we draw a cantrip next turn, it's okay because then we can at least do something and still hold up Spell Pierce and all that. But like if we don't play the Shredder and then we just like don't draw something good next turn, we just time locked ourselves. So I kind of went for the high risk, high reward play here. Like if he doesn't untap and have removal, then we're in much better shape. Again, if I had anything else to do with my mana, like if I had a Free the Fae, if I had a cantrip instead of this Fiery Impulse, I would have held the Shredder. Because I think a big part of like getting the most use out of your Shredder as you can is trying to make sure that you can get your Connive triggers. When you can save, like if you're playing against a deck where like if you jam Shredder on turn 2 and they have the possibility of just killing it right away, it's usually better to save your Shredder for turn 3 if you can, even to just like either protect it with a Spell Pierce, or even just go like Shredder Cantrip. You get a Connive trigger, and like even if they then just like Fatal Push it right away, you at least got that extra Connive out of it. And yeah, there it is. He has the removal. So I made him have it, and he had it. I think we're like, obviously in retrospect, this game is going really badly. But I think there's kind of the argument for like when you're already behind, you need to kind of take some risks. We did draw the land, but not a land that would have let us play Shredder and Pierce. So like if we had waited a turn, we would have been exactly in the same position. Also, the flip side of that is he spent turn 2 playing a removal spell. It means he didn't play something that was actually advancing his own game plan. Like he could have, like he played that removal spell turn 2. He didn't play, it means he didn't play Up the Beanstalk or something. Now he plays the Up the Beanstalk, and we get to pierce it, which is huge. But yeah, a lot of the time when you're playing against like decks that have interaction, you want to try and think about how you can sequence your things to make their plays awkward. Like the classic example is if you're playing against Rakdos, it's their turn 2, and they don't play anything, and they just pass to you. They're holding up their black mana, and now like it's my turn 2. Do I want to just play a Shredder? I will almost never do that, because if they just, if I play the Shredder and they just push it right away, it's really bad. But if they're tapped out on their turn 2, I usually will just play the Shredder if I have nothing else to do, because like maybe they do untap and Fatal Push it, but that means on their turn 3 they're not playing a Sorin or a Fable or something. So you always want to think about that, like how to force your opponent to, like if they do have interaction, use it in a way that screws up their curve. Similar thing is like against blue-white control, you kind of have to think about where's their power spike on their curve, and what are the things that I'm really afraid of them playing, and how can I force them to choose whether to play their interaction or to play that scary thing. So against control, their power spike is on turn 4, because that's when they want to start playing like Wandering Emperor and Memory Deluge and stuff. So if I have something that like I can run into their interaction, like if I, or like something that like, maybe they might have a counterspell or something, if I have a choice, or like if it makes sense to do so, I don't want to do it on their turn 3, I want to do it on their turn 4. If I do it on their turn 3 and they get to just spend their mana on a counterspell, and then on turn 4 they have their mana available for their big scary thing, that's kind of the worst case scenario. But if I force them to choose on turn 4 how they want to spend their mana, that makes their sequencing much more awkward. So that was a little bit of a tangent. But again, so it's the type of thing where like, yeah, he had the removal, but at least he had to spend his turn on it. So now we can kind of start getting things going. Get another slate is fantastic. I think we just go straight for it right here. Yeah, interesting choice there to do the island or the sleight of hand. Taking the island just puts us back into top deck mode. Taking the sleight of hand, I mean, we can't cast it this turn, but at least it lets us, start getting things going a little better next turn. We're still in really bad shape. Like, we're not happy about how this game is going, but... And yeah, that's a little scary. The Cornucopia is a pretty big problem card out of them because obviously it ramps them, and the life gain is kind of a big deal. Like I said, when we are the aggro deck in this matchup, basically, the Cornucopia can gain them a lot of life over the course of the game. So that is a beautiful thing to see. Slate. Pretty sure we just take the Prankster here. Yeah, Consider isn't really much better than Prankster in this situation. So we can just hold that up. Bluff interaction or something. And we can play that on their end step. And then we can just cruise. There is an argument for playing it while they're tapped out, because like maybe they'll have Dovin's Veto or something. Oh, and that's brutal. But if they have Veto, then they can just veto the cruise later. So the Unmoored Ego, game 1, pre-sideboarding, is just absolutely brutal. I decided to free the Fae in response. This is an interesting decision, just because like it does give him more information. I just went with it this way just because like if he does, maybe he names Picklock Prankster, right? And then that just kind of screws over my hand and puts me completely dead in the water. It's kind of like similar situations where like if you're playing against Rakdos or something and they Thought Seize you and you have like both Picklock Prankster and Treasure Cruise in your hand, if you have the mana to just free the Fae in response, you probably should. because they're probably going to have to take the I mean, if you just free the Fae in response, then they'll probably just take the treasure cruise anyway. And you also give them a little more information on what to take. But if you don't free the Fae in response, they might just take the Picklock Prankster, and then the treasure cruise is stranded in your hand anyway. So like it's kind of like a 2-for-1 you. So anyway, so here I grab the treasure cruise. It's the only option. It's like now I'm a little worried, like what if they name treasure cruise with Unmoored Ego, because they know I have it in my hand and they know I can cast it. So it's an interesting decision from them. But they choose Phoenix, which is, you know, kind of devastating in game one. It's way less scary after sideboarding when we kind of have more threat diversity, but game one, like, this is a huge, huge blow. Okay, and then he plots Pillage the Bog. So, again, we're not feeling good. He just took out, like, almost half the threats in our deck, but we are on course to cruise. Third cruise is pretty bad, but you know, at this point we're kind of hoping to play the card advantage game. Countering that up the beanstalk was kind of a huge deal because he only has 2 cards in hand. So we're not killing him fast, but we are way ahead on card advantage. Yeah, there's no reason to free the Fae main phase. Like, normally you might think like, well, we could free the Fae and then like maybe bin a Phoenix and hit a cantrip, so like you could aggressively free the Fae to try and get a Phoenix turn, but all our Phoenixes are gone. So at this point, we really need a Shredder. Yeah, the Roxanne is interesting. So we actually do have a target for our Fiery Impulse. So here I decided to just kill the Roxanne right away. Prismari Command is great for taking care of the Cornucopia. And I just Fiery Impulse it. I didn't need to do it like right now with this on the stack, because honestly I forgot that the Meteorite comes in tapped. So, what are we doing here? Yeah, so we just immediately Prismari Command. The draw 2, discard 2 is really nice too. So yeah, we discard an extra Impulse and a Spirebluff Canal, and neither of those are really doing much for us. So at this point in the game, we're kind of out of the phase of the game where we can just like tempo them out and kill them fast. Which is, you know, obviously is pretty bad. It is what it is. But now trying to identify like the axis of how we can still win this game is we can get ahead on cards. They only have 3 cards in hand. They don't have like their card advantage engine going. And we've cast a cruise, and we have another cruise that's ready to be cast. I don't cast it right there because I want to like bluff some kind of interaction or something, and we can still just free the Fae on our turn. And that's a problem. We don't really have like many ways to deal with that game one. Like game one, our way to deal with that is kill them before they're casting Niv Mizzet. Post sideboarding, we can have like Mystical Dispute, Aether Gust, all that fun stuff. So, interesting choice. I take Temporal Trespass because, you know, now we're not winning on card advantage anymore. We know that he got Vanishing Verse and Lightning Helix in his hand, which is pretty good for him because, you know, obviously there are just multiple ways for him to like keep dealing with our threats and while gaining life and stuff. So at this point I kind of just made the decision that our out, the way we win this game, is through Trespass combo. So we do a cruise here. But even with the Trespass combo, it gets really hard when we don't have threats to kill him with. We do have Haul, which is very good. And a Shredder is very important too. So I don't play the Shredder, because obviously, like, if I do that, he's just going to untap and Lightning Helix or Vanishing Verse it. You know, I can't pierce that. So now, we're back in a situation where we want to at least, you know, be able to play the Shredder and get a Connive trigger before it dies. Or maybe he, like, taps down low, and, you know, then we have a chance to play the Shredder and get the Spell Pierce value. But, like, yeah, playing it in that second main there, or, like, yeah, before he untaps, like, the Shredder is just going to die and get nothing. So there's the Galvanic that we need. See, like, we only have 17 cards left in our deck. This is what I'm talking about. Like, most games, you can really just see basically your whole deck. But that's why that Unmoored Ego is so brutal, because, like, especially game 1, we don't actually have that many threats. So I don't know how often Niv players run Unmoored Ego main deck, but that was brutal right here. So this is another thing that's really good about Picklock Prankster is the body. You know, it doesn't do that much on its own, like when you're not running Profts, but it is just another spell that you can use to trigger Connive. Right, having 2 spells on 1 card is fantastic with Shredder. So what do we discard? We discard the Cruise, right? Because, you know, the cards in our graveyard are going to go towards fueling this Trespass. And I just felt like we probably don't have enough time or cards left in deck to cast multiple Delve spells. I wanted to keep both Lightning Axes to be able to kill the Niv. Caryatid having Hexproof is kind of a big deal because it makes it a pretty good chump blocker for the Hall. So I guess we could have Galvanic Pierced that, but I felt like, you know, using the Galvanic on the Trespass was the best use of our resources. Because also, even if we Galvanic Pierce that, then he just Vanishing Verses anyway. So, like, we're not going to save the Shredder. We shouldn't be fighting over that. So that's the Vanishing Verse gone. Which I thought was kind of interesting, because Vanishing Verse can answer the Hall, but Lightning Helix cannot. So, I don't know, interesting play from opponent. So at this point, we're kind of all in on the Temporal Trespass plan, but like they have too much life for the Hall to kill him anyway. We're kind of in desperation mode. And we're going for it. Because, yeah, we're dead on board anyway. Like, I guess we could have played out multiple Picklocks, but then he just Lightning Helixes one, and then the other one chumps Niv, so, like, we're not making any progress there. Yeah, we're kind of in the now or never stage, where we're going to take 3 extra turns and see where that gets us. But Trespass obviously gets a lot worse. I mean, Trespass with Hall is fantastic, but it obviously gets a little worse when you don't have like Phoenixes and Shredders and stuff attacking too. Yeah, and I did just fire up the Hall and start swinging with it because, you know, just attacking with Hall 3 times with these extra turns isn't going to get us there. I don't really know what will get us there at this point, but, well, that helps. But again, I had to do the thing where I wanted to save it for next turn, because if I just play it now, it's just going to die to Lightning Helix. So it's kind of like the question of, do you want to, like, how do you want to spend your extra turns? Do you want to use it, like, to just draw a bunch of cards and develop your board, or just swing in for damage? I think I also was starting to kind of get worried about the clock here and was trying to play fast, because this game has been going for a long time. That's another thing about this deck, is you take so many actions and make so many decisions that, like, if you're not careful, you will probably time out before your opponent does. Especially against a deck like Niv, where it's just like, a lot of the time just kind of slam 1 or 2 big things per turn. So yeah, so I figured it was best to spend that first extra turn trying to build up the board a little bit, so that the following extra turns could have a little more oomph. I guess if I had just swung every time, then the Hall would have, you know, we would have gotten some more damage on him. But I made the judgment that just swinging with the Hall wasn't going to get us there. There's Lightning Helix. He targets us. So we're dead to another Lightning Helix. I guess that also is a reason that I could have played the Shredder earlier, is like if he uses the Lightning Helix on that, at least it's not going face. Because now he also has, like, Lightning Helix is giving him reach to just close out the game. So we cast Bring to Light, and we managed to get a use for that Spell Pierce. So we're swinging in with the Haul again. Again, it's kind of a big deal that he only has one card in hand, and we can chump block his Niv, so we're actually winning this race. Maybe it was better to not swing with the pick locks. Oh no, that's what I was doing. Yeah, it was if he blocks, then I can axe the Niv. So we're actually threatening lethal now. Like, somehow we've pieced together a potential win in this game. He had one card in hand, he just drew another one for turn. And he just casts Bring to Light and gets a Lightning Helix for lethal. So that game actually was incredibly close, even with like how slow of a start we had. Looking at the replay again, I should have played that Shredder and baited out the Lightning Helix, because the way he eventually won was literally just by burning us out. So, like, I didn't want to play the Shredder and just get it helixed, but that Lightning Helix ended up actually killing us. So, again, hard thing to judge in the moment, but you know, it's all about looking at these games and thinking like, okay, how do I actually win or lose this? And yeah, it's not a thing that comes up very often against Niv, but you know, when you're at 5 life and they have, you know, they're running multiple copies of Lightning Helix in their deck, they literally can just close the game out with like burning your face. So I didn't really play around that, and that was a mistake, but still, really good, really close game. We almost got there, despite having a really shitty start. So here we are in game 2. I'll just go over the sideboarding really fast. I don't know why this is so dark. So we take out basically all our creature removal. There might be an argument for keeping in like one Fiery Impulse or maybe one more Lightning Axe. Also, I definitely like to have one Lightning Axe, just because they don't have many creatures. You don't want to have multiple axes in your hand, but having one can be really important to answer like an Omnath, or like I said, a Camball or a Notion Thief or something like that. Maybe there's an argument for keeping the second axe in too. We bring in one Drake, just because like it's nice to have a little bit of threat diversity. I think there's also an argument for taking out one Phoenix or two, just again to play around Unmoored Ego. I actually think I do that other times. I just forgot to do it this time. And I take out one Cruise in matchups like these where tempo is really, really important. Like we usually don't win this one based on card advantage. Obviously, like Treasure Cruise is a really, really good card. We don't want to cut too many of them, and it's like the best card in our deck. But in this matchup, like usually Treasure Cruise is best as just like casting it once in kind of the mid game to turn the corner and refuel our hand. But Treasure Cruise in and of itself is not the way that we win. The way that we win is by, you know, putting a clock on them and interacting with them. So like in this situation, you know, you don't want to have too many delve spells because they're pretty slow and they don't let you like tempo them out fast. So it makes sense to trim one, maybe two. And in a matchup like this, that's more about tempo than card advantage. You're actually pretty incentivized to keep in the Temporal Trespass and trim one Cruise. Because, you know, sometimes you're just trying to kill them fast and you're racing them, and that extra turn is what lets you steal the win out of nowhere. So yeah, then otherwise, you know, obviously we bring in the Negate, we bring in Mystical Disputes, we bring in Aether Gust, all our interaction. Like this is the matchup where our interaction, or this is the type of matchup where our interaction is the most valuable, where we can't just rely on like Treasure Cruises and Phoenixes to outvalue our opponent and like beat what they're doing. When our opponent's game plan is stronger than ours, that's when we want interaction. So we play first. This is an interesting hand. It has interaction, and it does get the card train going, but it doesn't have a threat. It doesn't actually establish a clock. Now, the card flow can be a clock if we, put Phoenixes in the yard and start doing Phoenix things. But we really would like to see like a Shredder or a Pyromancer or something. So this is a really interesting hand to evaluate. I decided to keep it. In retrospect, probably a little... I was probably being a little influenced by the fact that in game 1 we mulliganed and kind of got punished for it. I think this is a really borderline hand that can go either way. I do see the argument that like it doesn't apply enough pressure, but interaction and getting the cards flowing is always a good thing. So we're kind of relying on these to actually draw us into some actual pressure, but we can do that. So yeah, a lot of the time turn 1 Slay to Hand isn't super awesome, just because like if you don't know exactly what you're digging for, cantrips get worse. It's better if you know you're like digging for a land. But again, also in this type of matchup where, tempo is really important, I will value just getting the card train going as fast as possible. Rather than like in a matchup where it's okay to be slower and you want to get as much value as possible out of each cantrip, I might hold that for a later turn when I can make a better decision with it. But we didn't really have a decision to make there anyway, so it's fine. So this is a great situation to be in. We can hold up interaction and free the Fae. This is why free the Fae is better than pieces of the puzzle. So what does he do here? He casts Beanstalk. And yeah, we just go ahead and negate that. Beanstalk is a really interesting card in this matchup. Because if you do have pressure and kill them fast, it doesn't really matter. But it gives them so much inevitability in a long game. I think like if we had like a Shredder or a Pyromancer or something on board, I would not have negated the Beanstalk. I would say like, you know what, okay, you can spend your turn 2 on something that doesn't interact with the board. It just cycles itself, and like if I kill you fast enough, it's literally just going to draw you like 1 extra card when you like cast an Izzet and I Aether Gust it, But since we don't have a fast start and it does look like the game is going to go kind of long, Beanstalk becomes really, really scary. So again, that's just kind of another example of like, evaluate how you think the game is going to go and which resource axis the game is going to be won or lost on. Is that card advantage going to be a big deal this game? Or is this game going to be more about tempo? And we don't have a super great tempo start here, so I made the evaluation that the card advantage was going to matter. So he pillages. I think we're kind of fine with that. It's like we'd rather save this Aether Gust for a play that actually matters. If we had nothing else to do with our mana, like maybe we would have Aether Gusted that just to try and slow him down, but like again, we'd rather be proactive here. So we got a Phoenix on the board. Taking Picklock or Borrower is actually a really interesting choice, and it's a hard choice. I think, yeah, I took Borrower because it's more of a tempo card than a combo card. It can, bounce one of their things, can help us kill them faster, which I think is really, really, we really need to start moving in that direction here. And yeah, I take the land because we need a land. Yeah, I think about just hard casting the Phoenix and starting to bonk him. And I do it. In retrospect, though, this was maybe a mistake because, we can hold up Aether Gust, and having this Prismari command does kind of incentivize us to hold on to the Phoenix to discard. But I was also just, but I did that just because I wanted to start, pressuring him and getting a clock on the board. And again, he's tapped out. If he wasn't tapped out, then playing a threat that he could just like kill instantly is a pretty bad play. But because he's tapped out, that means on this turn, he needs to choose between advancing his game plan or reacting to what we're doing. And he does just have the Vanishing Verse, but that means he spends his, he doesn't spend his turn 4 playing an Omnath or something like that. Now again, I decide to do Phoenix things just because I'm kind of feeling pressured into like, getting a threat on the board and starting to establish a clock. Yeah, I start trying to go for it. And I could have blown the Prismari command to get a Phoenix back, but I felt like that wasn't a very strong play. the Prismari command could be very high value in dealing with the Cornucopia. You know, turn 5, he's about to have turn 5 when he could cast like a Niv or a Bring to Light, and I really want to have Aether Gust online for that. And if he doesn't do anything, I can still just flash in a Brazen Borrower. Maybe it would have been a better play to just play the Picklock body and just hold up like my cantrips and interaction. Because again, like I said earlier about Aether Gust, you know, Aether Gusting a scary turn 5 thing isn't really that good when we aren't pressuring him. It's like we buy a turn, but for what? So yeah, again, I'm just trying to get pressure on the board. I flash out a Brazen Borrower. And it's really interesting that he shocked in that land and didn't do anything about the Borrower here. But, you know, it's probably his evaluation that this 3-power flyer isn't really the scariest thing. And yep, just getting more threats out, trying to develop the board state. There's Omnath, and now we Aether Gust it, and we don't feel terrible about it because we're, you know, chipping in for 4 damage a turn. So buying a turn actually matters. We could have let the Omnath resolve, and then Aether Gust it on our turn to try and, you know, contribute to the Phoenix count. But if Omnath resolves, then he's going to draw a card and gain 4 life from the landfall, and that's just, like, that's really, really bad. And it's also interesting that he put Omnath on the bottom of the library. So now, we feel like we have a pretty good chance of getting a Phoenix turn. And we do. We find the Consider. Yeah, so I actually bin the Shredder because at this point I think it's not doing that much. Cruise is a good draw, though, of course. You know, changing which cards I'm exiling here because obviously we want to keep as many instances. Well, keeping the instance and sorceries in there doesn't matter when you've boarded out all your fiery impulses, but it's still just a good habit to be in. Phoenix is nice because we do have a Prismari command to dump it away. And so now all of a sudden we're pressuring him really hard. So we kind of had a slow start, but we're getting there. And like, even if he does deal with the threats on the board, we can go like Prismari command Cruise, you know, get some cards and just get another Phoenix attacking him again. So literally, like, unless he has exactly like a board wipe that also exiles, we're in really good shape. So I think some versions of this list do run Deadly Cover Up, which is a thing that you might have to watch out for. Yeah, and here I consider just to, you know, think maybe we hit a Mystical Dispute. We don't. That's fine. It's like I feel confident enough anyway. Yeah, oh yeah, Sunfall, of course, that's a board wipe that exiles. You know, there's an argument for saving a Consider, again, to do a Phoenix turn next turn, but when we already have like Cruise and Opt and Prismari command, like we don't need to worry about that. Spell Pierce is obviously an incredible draw. I think this was a mistake. I should have Treasure Cruised first, because what if I draw into a Phoenix? So yeah, that's, I think, pretty clearly a misplay. But again, I think, yeah, I'm getting low on clock, and I think I was starting to rush a little bit at this point. And he just concedes to the Cruise, funny enough. We didn't actually have lethal yet, but maybe he just didn't have that much going on in his hand. So we got game 2, even through a kind of slow start. Again, because we stuck threats on the board and we killed him. And we managed to delay his important plays just enough. That Aether Gust on the Omnath was really, really huge. So now we're in game 3. View sideboard. Yeah, I think I did tweak it here. I did bring out the 4th Phoenix. And actually, yeah, I brought in another Drake, actually. Yeah, you could do it either way, I think. Oh yeah, I'm not crazy about Ashiok against Niv. I know it turns off exactly Bring to Light, but it's really, like, it's a really tempo negative card. Like, you're spending 3 mana to not affect the board, and you're really just like setting up your delve spells, which is kind of not where we want to be in this matchup. Like you win this by tempoing them out fast. You want to stick a threat and hold up interaction. Ashiok doesn't do that. And like again, going back to the whole like philosophy of the deck, we do not win these matchups by being a bad control deck, right? We're not trying to stop everything our opponent can do. We're trying to kill them fast while interacting in really efficient and key ways. So Ashiok doesn't do that here. It's like it's fine to have Ashiok in game one because like the search is relevant, but I don't think it's impactful enough like post sideboarding. So lost the die roll. Obviously, we're on the draw here. So yeah, I actually kept this. I think again, I'm still kind of like, it's a rough hand. Again, I'm kind of thinking like, probably a little probably still a little wounded by that bad mulligan in game one that kind of punished us. I don't think I should have kept this. Again, it's kind of like playing a similar game plan as the last game, where it's like it's kind of off to a slow start, but we can get the card flow going and we have some good interaction here. So it's really relying on this like Spell Pierce and Negate to buy us some time, and then like hoping we draw into some more good stuff. But like the only actual card selection we have here right now is Sleight of Hand. So in retrospect, I should have mulliganed this. Borrower's a fine draw. So I Sleight of Hand here just to do it kind of proactively. It opens us up to it, so it means we can't Spell Pierce right now. So if they resolve a, if they have exactly, what's it called? If they have exactly up the beanstalk, then we get punished for that. But again, it's like we don't have that many lands, and I'm kind of trying to proactively dig. And they do have exactly beanstalk, so we get punished. I was thinking like on any turn other than, like after that, we can still hold up Spell Pierce, and there's so many other good things we can pierce that we might want to save it for. Like if we don't Sleight of Hand there and then they just do nothing on turn 2, that's pretty bad. So obviously we take the coast. But yeah, they got the beanstalk, which is really bad for us. Because again, this is a game that looks like it's gonna not be over very fast. So they're gonna have their opportunities to get value out of it. Fable, yeah, we just go ahead and pierce it. Like a lot of the time, Niv can actually be kind of clunky in their draws. Like they have a whole bunch of expensive stuff that like, them being able to ramp and fix their draw with Fable is kind of a big deal. That's also why Beanstalk is really, really good for them. Like a lot of the time, if you can kind of turn off their card advantage and card selection, they can just run out of stuff to do and just kind of have a dead hand. I think that's kind of what probably happened in the last game. Like he just didn't really have efficient interaction. So we're doing okay here. We can hold up Negate. We have 2 considers to, pick some cards and fuel the cruise. The Drake also like isn't really that good to have in your opening hand. And he just puts Yorion in hand, so we're kind of okay with that. So we're just blasting considers. We're going to be able to cruise next turn, which is great. So yeah, I actually prioritize playing the Shredder over the Cruise just because yeah, we need to stick a threat. I think the tempo is more important than the card advantage here. I think what I should have done is just petty theft the Beanstalk right now to get the Connive. I was kind of thinking like, if he just plays the Yorion, then we just, can petty theft the Beanstalk in response to deny him like bouncing it. And then he just spends his whole turn basically playing a big dumb guy. So now we just Drake, or not Drake, we negate, or not negate either, we cruise. My brain isn't working. Honestly, I should have just borrowed the Beanstalk and freed the Fade at the same time here. But I think I was trying to like play it safe and hold up my interaction. So yeah, here I just decided to get the connive. Again, I think I was kind of rushing a little bit because of the clock, but this is why you watch your replays, because honestly, now going over this again, I'm seeing a lot of things I could have done differently. We honestly don't even really care about that dispute. It's like we mainly just did that to get the connive, and now that's giving us another connive. Yeah, I lost the borrower because, you know, we already had another one. Felt like the extra land would probably be important. Obviously, you know, actually getting the counter on the shredder is pretty meaningless right now. But I felt like, you know, we had borrower and gust, and we don't want to stumble on our land drops. Like our hand is actually full of interaction here, which is great. So now he goes for the Yorion. And again, I think this was a little bit of a brain fart for me to wait until now to bounce the Beanstalk, because I forgot that, you know, obviously it would trigger off the Yorion, so that's a bit of a punt. But yeah, you see my clock's getting red. I'm starting to kind of rush a little bit. But I bounced that, so at least he doesn't get the draw. I guess I was also kind of thinking, like, if I bounce the Beanstalk first, then maybe he'll sequence his turn differently. So yeah, I don't do anything there. If that Spire Bluff Canal was an untapped land, I think I would have just slammed the Drake and held that up. Yeah, and I also don't negate the Beanstalk here, but in retrospect, I think that was a mistake. Like, I'm kind of thinking, like, you know, I want to save my negate for a for a Bring to Light or something more impactful. But in these long games, Beanstalk is just so scary. However, we are starting to get some you know, some threats on the board. There's a binding, which is fine. You know, getting him to spend a binding on a Brazen Borrower is totally fine. We have the Drake in hand. We really want to clear the way for that bad boy. I think, again, I played the Pyro hoping to maybe clear some more removal out of his hand instead of just slamming the Drake. But the flip side of that is maybe I should have just played the Drake and, like, made him have it to end the game faster. So we spend the negate on the Vanishing Verse instead. So, you know, spending it on that versus the Beanstalk, they're kind of, again, kind of two different pros and cons for each. Spending it on the Beanstalk helps fight more on the card advantage axis. Spending it on the Vanishing Verse, you know, helps us play to the board and actually try and kill him faster. So in that sense, this play might have been better just because, like, it helps us tempo him out more. Kind of just like placing a bet that the card advantage from Beanstalk won't matter. Which maybe was the best move here, because trying to fight him in the long game is just not like the way we're going to win this. So again, Aether Gust is good here because we have a board presence. You know, we're making tokens, we're putting some pressure on him. Now he Vanishing versus the Pyromancer. But that's okay because we got some elementals out of it. So yeah, I just go ahead and Drake pre-combat just to see if we draw, you know, see what we draw. I'm going to play it this turn either way, so the info doesn't matter because they're tapped out. I guess we also could have fired up the Hall, but again, just trying to be tempo positive, it makes more sense to do that and represents a faster clock if we play the Drake now, and the next turn we can swing with both the Hall and the Drake. So really we're kind of like all our eggs are in one basket here. We're hoping that he doesn't have an answer for this. He doesn't have that many cards in hand, and we're actually threatening to kill him next turn. So here he has Niv. So we don't know if he just top decked that or if he's been holding on to it. But that's kind of rough. So we consider an opt here, hoping to find like a mystical dispute. Now we don't quite get it. And now again, looking back, this right here would probably be a good time to have that Brazen Borrower that we discarded to a Connive earlier. So another Drake is pretty solid. It means we're okay with just trading this Drake with the Niv, and then still just slam a new one. Yeah, playing this pre-combat is a choice, but again, it's like thinking maybe I'll draw some interaction. It doesn't really change, like the extra info doesn't really change what our opponent does, because I think he still has to trade Niv with this Drake. Also, yeah, he got so many cards in his hand. Like, yeah, either way, he has to trade with this Drake. Like, say he chump blocks one of these. Like, if this is an opt, he's dead. Not chump blocks, but you know what I mean. But yeah, now, like, he has 7 cards in hand. Our hand is empty. We are just, like, we are all in on killing him with Drakes. And it's like, if this Drake doesn't get it done, then we lose. And now the game's starting to kind of get away from us. I think at this point I just scoop, because we have nothing left. Like literally empty-handed. Yeah, like if that had been a cruise or something, maybe we could have gotten back into it. Yep, and yeah, I just conceded there. So really, really good match. I think we kind of got unlucky that none of our hands really applied pressure very well. I probably should have mulliganed a little more aggressively in games 2 and 3, but you know, I let the fact that the mulligan didn't really work out in game 1 influence my decision making a little too much. Where really you just kind of have to put that behind you. You know, don't get like gambler's fallacy or anything like that. And yeah, looking back on it again, I think there were some decisions we could have made differently. Like maybe negating this beanstalk would have helped. Like we almost got there, and then he had Niv when he needed it. Like who knows whether he was holding onto it the whole time or if he actually drew into it off the beanstalk. So yeah, or if we kept that Brazen Borrower, maybe that would have helped us tempo him out better. But still, really, really good match, and it was really, really close. So great games. All right, so here we are in round 3. We are currently 1-1, and we win the die roll, which is awesome. Love to see it. 60 cards, no Yorion this time. So obviously we play first. And honestly, I think this is a totally fine hand. Not really much interaction yet, but it passes the card flow test. Like honestly, usually in the blind, a hand like this that's just like lands and cantrips, I'm very happy to keep. Just because we start churning through our deck, and that gets us closer to doing our busted things that are the reason we play this deck. So yeah, I keep this hand. You know, it'd be nice to see like some interaction. And again, like this is the type of hand where if we know we're against an aggro deck, or like if we're in the blind and we see Giganta across the table, we definitely throw it away. So yeah, I lead with the island. We could play the Stormcarved Coast tapped. I lead with the island in case whatever I see from their turn 1 makes me decide I'm going to want to opt. I don't just jam Sleight of Hand, because it's easy to think that that's the optimal play, because it's just like you want to start casting your cantrips, and you want to cast Sleight of Hand first because it's a sorcery, so that later on later turns you have more freedom with like whether you want to play a card or not. But this exact situation, this kind of goes back to like you want to get the most use out of your cantrips by like making informed decisions with them, or like waiting until you can get a connive or something to get extra value. The problem with just going Sleight of Hand turn 1 in the blind is that you have absolutely zero information to make your decision with, because like you don't even know what your opponent is playing. Like right now, I have no idea what my opponent's doing. Say I Sleight of Hand and I see like Fiery Impulse and Spell Pierce. I have no idea which one to take, and there are some situations. And like both of those cards are really good against some decks and terrible against others. So that's a situation where you can get really, really punished for like playing your cantrips too early when you don't have information to make your decisions with. And that's a really extreme example, but the same idea still applies, where like maybe I fire off my Slay to Hand and like I have a choice between like a land and a spell. I don't know if I'm going to need lands like 3 turns from now. So maybe I say like, okay, I have enough lands for now, and I take the spell, and then I just like, there's no more lands in the next 5 cards in my deck. It's like, damn, I wish I would have taken that land. Those, you're better informed to make those decisions later on when you know more already about what you need. So anyway, that's a tangent, but that's the reason why I didn't just jam Slay to Hand there. Especially now, like if I see something that makes me say, oh shit, I'm gonna need to like dig for like an answer or interaction or whatever, I can still just opt to my opponent's end step. So we see Godless Shrine tapped. Not really sure what my opponent is doing on the other side of the table. Godless Shrine makes me guess maybe Amalia, but I don't know for sure. And that's why I still hold off on the opt, because I still just don't know what my opponent's doing. Another cantrip, honestly fantastic. So yeah, just go with the pathway. We can double cantrip if we want. Still not holding the Slay to Hand. If we see something that makes us realize like what we're up against and what we want to find, we can just, we can still cast 2 cantrips on the opponent's end step. So we're just waiting. Still just Orzhov, which is very interesting. The Concealed Courtyard makes me think like, could it be humans maybe? But we still don't know. Not a lot of decks that just play like black and white. So yeah, we do decide to just fire off one of the cantrips. See another land. Yeah, we keep it, just hit our land drops. There's definitely an argument for just fire off the cantrips as aggressively as possible, just like fill up the yard, go for a cruise, or like dig towards your cruise and like do your Phoenix things as proactively as possible. Maybe that's what I should have been doing, but I really was just kind of intimidated by what I'm seeing, or not intimidated, but like, I don't want to make bad decisions with my cantrips, and we're not being pressured yet, so I'm kind of like, all right, why hurry? But maybe I should have been, building towards a faster cruise. Maybe that would have been a better choice. Especially with this many cantrips in hand, where like we're not actually close to being in top deck mode, and so we can fire them off kind of aggressively. Like if you only have 1 cantrip in hand, that's when I really think you're heavily incentivized to just hold it. Then we see he's playing Mardu, so we gain some information, and we get Sorin Ripper jump scared. So here's when I realize, oh shit, okay, let's see if we can find a Spell Pierce or a Lightning Axe. You see, like I bought on the Phoenix, like that's not good enough right now. Like Phoenix in hand with no way to discard it, bad. So really, really funny turn 3. It's like we spend the first 2 turns being like, what's going on over there? What's he doing in there? And then we get the, surprise 3rd color Vein Ripper jump scare. So in retrospect, now knowing that our opponent is in fact Mardu vampires, now I do wish I had been just blasting the cantrips and building towards a cruise. Like everything kind of goes back to what we were saying about vamps, where the best way to beat them is just by cruising as much as you can. So go for the Free the Fae here. Go for the Free the Fae before the Slate of Hand, because it all comes back to kind of like cantrip sequencing. I feel like Slate of Hand, I wanted to make the Slate of Hand decision after the Free the Fae decision, mainly just because I'm digging for an axe at this point, and we find one, which is great. But there's an argument for going the other way around too. Sadly, we cannot Ripper this turn, or we cannot kill the Ripper this turn because we don't have a body in play. So I put the body in play, but we're kind of in trouble because we can't actually stop the Ripper yet. And, if they get 1 turn with Sorin and the Ripper, they're going to put a counter on it and put it out of Lightning Axe range. So we're like very, very far behind in this game. Our opponent just dropped a Ripper on turn 3 and we weren't ready for it. Again, it kind of comes back to like if we had known what our opponent was, we probably would have played differently, but I maybe played a little too cautiously. And it didn't pay off. So again, like the way to beat vampires is by being proactive. I should have been jamming the cantrips in those first couple of turns, but I didn't know it was vampires. So got a lot of options for how to sequence this turn. Like at this point, we really are. So the Odawara is a potential answer to the Vein Ripper. We could try and like do Phoenix things. We could, you know, there are a whole bunch of combinations of things we can do with Prismari Command. Like we could do like deal 2 damage to the Blood Tithe and like draw 2, discard 2, you know, or we could deal 2 damage to Sorin. Or we could not deal 2 damage to Sorin and just try and like kill Sorin with a reanimated Phoenix. I think I probably just, yeah, Slate first just to see what we're working with, get a little more info. Yeah, Shredder's great. So yeah, I did decide to go for the Prismari Command. Oh yeah, I think I was hoping to draw into a third spell here, which we didn't quite get. So we just have to burn the Lightning Axe on the Blood Tithe to bring the Phoenix back. I think probably our best out here is, well, we definitely need to get Sorin off the board, and then we can try and do something like chump block the Ripper with the Pick Lock and then Lightning Axe it to kill it. But we need multiple bodies on board for that. I hold the Phoenix back because, you know, we're not really benefiting from swinging with it. Like, pressuring their life total is not really doing much for us. And especially with the Ripper on the field, we kind of need to protect our life, because if we go down too low, like, we just can't win. Right? Like, dealing with the Ripper kind of takes 4 life at the minimum. We still do have the Odawara, so that is another out. What's he doing here? Oh, yeah, the Sky Sovereign. So at this point, I'm like, what? I'm very confused as to what their deck is. It's like Mardu, like vampires and vehicles. He kills the Phoenix. And at this point, the game is basically over. Yeah, I just scooped there. Not going to waste any more time. So that was game 1. We just, you know, we got ran over by a turn 3 Sorin Ripper. But still, we could have played that differently. Maybe, you know, could have been more aggressively cantripping in the early game to, you know, get our game plan online more proactively. So yeah, looking back at this, you know, sometimes it's just you get rippered and what can you do, but I definitely could have played that less passively. I think I was just a little too comfortable and just like waiting to see what the opponent was doing, and we got punished for it. So, game 2, let's look at what we did with the sideboard. I think I just did the exact same sideboard plan as just regular vamps. So, like, trim 1 Phoenix, trim all the impulses, bring in all the Drakes and the Borrowers, and the board wipes too. Yeah, literally just playing it like vampires. I think there's... So, obviously, they splash white for something, and they have the Sky Sovereign, but, like, we didn't really see enough of it to judge what they're doing. So yeah, at this point I'm kind of just playing it like vamps, but being a little worried that there's still something going on that we don't know. So it's an interesting 6. This 6 does a good job of just like jamming threats. It doesn't really get the card flow going that well, although Prismari Command can kind of do that. And again, just against a, like, we have a curve, we have a 2, 3, 4 curve, and we have the lands to do it, and you're just pretty heavily disincentivized to mulligan against a deck that runs like Thoughtseize and Go Blank and stuff, so I think I keep this, yeah. So this is an interesting case of like post-sideboarding. Keeping this hand kind of goes against what I was saying about like getting into the card flow state. We do have the Prismari Command, which helps with that, but this is kind of an example of like against vamps, just pivoting to like kind of just a mid-range like play Haymakers plan. Again, it's not like my favorite hand in the world against them, but I don't think I'm willing to mulligan it. We could have just played the Stormcarved Coast on 1 to you know, get the tap land out of the way, but I think it's also valuable to try and, you know, just bluff that we have a Spell Pierce or something like that. Like, we have enough lands that we know we're going to be able to play the coast untapped anyway, so it's kind of neither here nor there. Now, we do need to play this pathway on red to make sure we can play the Crackling Drake. And to make sure we can play the Anger of the Gods. So, oh, okay, I actually do just hold the Shredder here. Yeah, because, well, again, because he's holding up black mana, like, he played that, and he didn't play a Thoughtseize or a Duress or something. So again, just try to, like, use these little hints to figure out what might be in their hand. I really don't want to just play the Shredder out into a Fatal Push. I think we can do better with our cards than that. So there's a Hearse. We're very, very happy to have this Prismari command in our opening hand. So we're almost definitely just playing the Prismari command this turn. We could like Sleight of Hand to dig for a Spell Pierce or something to try and play around Sorin or Fable or whatever. But like again, it kind of goes back to why try and be a shitty control deck when they might not even have Sorin? We're better off, like, most of the time just trying to be proactive and, like, just make our best plays. And in this case, our best play is definitely killing the Hearse and probably drawing 2, discarding 2, but hey, maybe he plays, like, a Fable or a Blood Tithe or something, and we get to also, like, shoot his guy. Oh yeah, so there's the Ashiok, so he gets another piece of graveyard hate. But that also kind of plays into the Crackling Drake pretty well. So I'm pretty sure here I just, yeah, obviously blow up the Hearse, and I think I just do 2 damage to the Ashiok. Try and get that off the board a little faster. Yeah, like usually just shooting a Planeswalker like this and not even killing it is not what you want to be doing with your spells, but like we're already killing the Hearse. So we're just getting a little more, like any other mode here is just incidental value, which again is kind of why I like Prismari Command over Abrade. It's like it kind of punishes, Abrade just answers opposing artifacts, Prismari Command punishes them. It's like, I'm going to blow up your thing and then also do something extra on the side. So the Shredder is a really interesting draw. We have a couple options here. We can just jam the Drake, or we can go Shredder Shredder. And I go Shredder Shredder here because usually you want to try and, well, it's interesting against discard decks because like I think you're pretty incentivized to try and like bait out your opponent's removal before you play your Drake. But also if just by keeping it in my hand, you know, he could just take it with a Thoughtseize or something. But also the flip side of that is like we just played 2 threats. If our opponent then spends his turn Thoughtseizing us instead of playing to the board, we're like completely fine with that. And also like he can push 1 Shredder and we still have a second one. So no matter what, like going double Shredder here puts him in a really awkward position. You know, hopefully he'll start to try and kill them, and that just gets the removal out of his hand so we can, you know, so Drake can stick around later, which is exactly what happens here. So like he answered 1 Shredder, but if he wants to kill the second one, he needs to trigger Connive right here. Also, a thing I should call out is the fact that I discarded the Spell Pierce off of the Connive earlier. Yeah, again, it's just like, it seems like with this draw, he didn't have like a fast Sorin or Fable. Spell Pierce just wasn't going to be that useful. Like this Spell Pierce is such a good tempo card, and we're already kind of out of that early game where the tempo, like that Spell Pierce can gain you is so huge. You know, obviously we're not throwing away Drake. Anger of the Gods could be really, really useful to like 2-for-1 him or something, or, you know, answer some threats that he plays. And Sleight of Hand just gets the cards flowing. So I figured that all of those were more valuable than Spell Pierce at this point. Like Spell Pierce is a card that's really, really good in the very early game, and once you get out of those first couple of turns, I think you usually end up wanting to connive it away. Unless there's like, you know, unless your opponent has like a 5-mana non-creature play which you're scared of, which in this case they do. They do have the Sky Sovereign, so, you know, there's an argument for keeping the Spell Pierce for that. But again, like, I don't know what they're trying to do with the Sky Sovereign or with their White Splash, honestly. I'm still just kind of falling into the default Vampires game plan of like, don't play a shitty control deck against them. So our plan here is definitely just jam the Drake. We could like slate a hand, try to get an untapped land, then get the Drake, or play the Drake. Maybe we draw an untapped land, then we can slate, and then we get the Shredder Connive. But we're killing the Ashiok either way, so it doesn't matter. Like we really don't lose anything from waiting till after combat. But yeah, we could slate, try to get some like extra value there, but I think that's a little greedy. I just want to make sure we get the Drake down on the board. Yeah, and we didn't get the untapped land, but the Borrower is so good here, specifically because we have Drake, and now we are pressuring our opponent. Oh yeah, so now we're seeing he's doing some kind of wacky bullshit. We don't know what. This is the type of card that when your opponent plays it, you you start to get a little scared. So he draws and discards one. He just discards an Ashiok, but it makes me worry about like what kind of degenerate bullshit he's trying to do with this. But again, this is why Drake is so good. Like Drake is just punishing him super hard for spending his turn on whatever the hell this is, instead of playing to the board. So, double slate, obviously fantastic. Just like we get our Connive, we grow our Drake. Yeah, take another Drake. So we could have just slammed the Drake here, but I don't think 2 Drakes is actually that much better than 1 right now, and we don't want to necessarily play into I don't want to necessarily play into like a board wipe or something like that. Holding the Drake is a little worse against against single target removal, but we also have like the Borrower and the Prankster as like interaction we can hold up, which I think is super valuable when we're already ahead on board. So I think the safest bet here is just like, we're ahead on board anyway. Don't take a risk. We should just hold up interaction for whatever they can do. They're already in a position where like they need to answer this Drake or they lose the game. That Phoenix is a great draw too, because honestly, like next turn we can just play it with haste, and like they're at a life total where that is very significant. He's still just messing around with this thing. There's maybe an argument that I should have just bounced it, so that not to let him dig and try and do whatever like dumb crap he's trying to do. But whatever he was looking for, he didn't find it. So that game we won because he didn't have Sorin Ripper, and he honestly just didn't do much. He had like ways to hate in our graveyard with the Hearse and the Ashiok, but we had ways to answer that, and we weren't like really relying on a Phoenix or a Cruise or something that hand. Like, he had graveyard hate, and we just slammed Drake and killed him, which is great. Okay, so here we are in game 3 against some kind of weird Mardu vampires. I don't think we really made any sideboard changes since the last game, still just the same game plan. So yeah, we managed to force game 3 after getting Sorin Rippered in game 1. Let's see what we got. We're on the draw, obviously. Now this is a very interesting hand because it is absolutely packed full of threats, but we are in danger of missing our second land drop. Any hand that's like 1 land and like 1 or 2 cantrips is super borderline because obviously it's full of gas. Being on the draw kind of helps with this, because you get 1 more look. He mulliganed, which is pretty important. I think, yeah, so we mulliganed here too. It's a very, very risky hand. I think having the 2 Phoenixes in hand in that first hand kind of makes it an auto mulligan, because like we can't play them. Like we do have a Shredder to discard them, but like we're not really guaranteed to even get that online. Yeah, I think that first hand was just a little too risky. This hand is much, much better. We're guaranteed to at least hit our land drop and get started with doing what we want to do. We can get a Shredder on the board. We have Shredder and Sleight of Hand are both cards that can get our card train started. Whereas in the first hand we really just had one. Well, we had 1 cantrip and a Shredder, but we were kind of priced into playing the cantrip on turn 1. This way we can save the cantrip for after we have our Shredder to help make sure we get a Connive and like dig a little better. So he's thinking. So they keep 6. I think we're going to keep 6 here too. Bottoming the second Phoenix is pretty free, just because it's a card that isn't really doing anything in our hand right now. It's We could keep the Phoenix and maybe bottom the Borrower if we want to try and, hope the Shredder sticks around and, use that to kind of turbo put 2 Phoenixes in the yard, but it's pretty risky. I lean towards just playing a card or keeping a card that we know we can get use out of with the 2 lands we have. So they go Concealed Courtyard Duress. Would have been very funny if we had bottomed the Sleight of Hand playing around Duress, but I don't think we're ever going to do that. Obviously, he takes Slate because that's the only thing he can take. So this is a situation where we are actually incentivized to just play the Stormcarved Coast turn 1. We don't have any 1-mana plays, and we want to make sure that we can have 2 mana on turn 2. Playing Stormcarved Coast as a tap land early game, is pretty rough, and it'll screw you over sometimes. I've had multiple situations where it screwed me over and cost me games, but here we can just kind of get away with it, especially because the early tempo isn't super important here. Prankster, great draw. Again, this goes back to the things I was talking about earlier about whether you want to play Shredder and when you want to play it, and if your opponent could have interaction. This is a pretty common decision to have to make with this deck. It's turn 2. Do I play Shredder or do I hold up Free the Fae? When your opponent is just holding open 2 open black mana, you always want to think about playing around Fatal Push. So I'm definitely not playing the Shredder here. Free the Fae also, well, we don't have, we do need to get our 3rd land drop. Free the Fae itself doesn't do that, but Free the Fae will hopefully dig us for a cantrip that we can then play next turn to find our land if we need to. So we get to just kind of get our engine going, get the card draw, load up our graveyard, or card selection, I should say. Start loading the graveyard, finding cantrips while just, making our land drops. If our opponent's not doing anything super scary, we're happy to do that. And that's fine. Obviously, Sorin would be scarier. We can beat a Fable. Brazen Borrower is actually a fantastic answer to Fable. It's interesting because, I've been talking about how vampires, a lot of the time, you beat them by just kind of, outvaluing them with card advantage, resolving cruises and just beating them in kind of a long mid-range game. Brazen Borrower is a tempo card. It's not a card that does that. So you might think that it doesn't really fit well in the matchup. But one of the reasons it's so good is because it just absolutely dunks on Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's one of the few ways that you can kill a Goblin Shaman and not feel terrible about it. So it's his end step. We have a decision whether we want to just Petty Theft the Goblin Shaman now or if we want to Free the Fae. I think we're pretty sure we would just Free the Fae. We want to find that cantrip. Yeah, we can always Petty Theft the Goblin Shaman later. And we don't find a cantrip actually, but we do put a Phoenix in the bin. So what do we get here? We get a Cruise, which is not bad, but we can't really cast it yet. So here I do decide to just play the Shredder. Again, we have multiple decisions we can make. We could have just bounced the Goblin Shaman. Bouncing the Goblin Shaman, again, I think I played the Shredder here because it's more proactive, like I usually say. Again, they are tapped out, so they can't just push it right now. Even if they do have removal, they might have to, it might make their sequencing awkward next turn. If they, maybe they double spell, and then we can start getting a Connive, and that'll help us build up towards this Cruise. Or hell, even if they do just push the Shredder, it puts a card in the graveyard for this Cruise. Whereas if we bounce the Goblin Shaman, we're not getting closer to the Cruise. So we are letting them get a free Goblin Shaman attack and make a treasure with it. But I think at this point, neither choice is great. It really sucks that we haven't gotten a land yet. But I wanted to make the decision that puts us closer to casting Treasure Cruise. So that's the logic there. Also, Anger of the Gods is pretty good against Fable as well. I mean, for it to answer both sides, you have to wait until they've gotten a few treasures out of it, which isn't great, but still, it's an answer you can have. So he chooses not to use Fable's ability, which tells us something about what's in his hand. It's a little scary. It's usually a good sign when, or your opponent is clearly digging. They get their second Fable chapter and they just discard 2 lands or something. Or in the mirror when your opponent uses a cantrip and they throw away whatever card they see. It tells you that they don't already have what they need. So the fact that he kept what was in his hand is a little scary. So he attacks. We blocked. There's really no reason not to. Looks like he probably doesn't have a Fable, or else he would have just killed the Shredder pre-combat. Or Fable. Looks like he doesn't have a push. Fatal push, not Fable push. And the Ashiok is brutal. Like, right now, our game plan is literally cast Treasure Cruise. Ashiok, while we have nothing else really going on, is absolutely brutal. So we need something good here. Prankster is okay, it's interesting. So we have a lot of options here. Well, we have 3 options here. We can Brazen Borrower, bounce something. We can free the Fae, and if we want to do that, we should be doing it on our opponent's end step to, dodge the Ashiok. Or we can just play out this Picklock Prankster in exile to just play to the board a little more. Maybe try and pressure down the Ashiok. So no matter what... Actually, I didn't attack here. Okay, interesting. Oh, I think that's because... Oh no, I didn't end up playing out the Picklock Prankster. Not sure why I didn't attack the Ashiok then. Oh, maybe I might have been trying to bluff, like, having 2 cantrips to, like, discourage my opponent from attacking if, I could get the Shredder Connive. And really, I'm just holding up the Free the Fae. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm just holding up Free the Fae. So, yeah. Our opponent's going to Ashiok, and then we can Free the Fae on end step, hopefully try and, like, build towards, rebuild the graveyard a bit and do the Treasure Cruise. It's tough, though, because, like, the Ashiok's still on the board, so it means we need to be able to take advantage of that right away. And at the same time, I just decided holding back the Shredder to maybe, like, bluff and make him not attack is probably worth more than just 1 point of loyalty off the Ashiok. He doesn't take the bluff, which is fine. He just swings in, gets some treasures. Again, we block. We could have borrow or bounce something, but again, I think it's like we're in that situation where the bounce is not really good when we don't have much going on the board. We could use it like as a removal spell for the Goblin Shaman, but like I don't think that's how we want to spend our whole turn, basically. Missing these land drops is kind of screwing us over. And he actually, pretty smartly, he just doesn't activate the Ashiok because we don't have a graveyard to exile at all. So there's not much of a reason for him to just lose a loyalty. So here we go for the mill. Like, we really need to get some kind of, like, hopefully get some cantrips to dig, activate this, or, like, get a connive out of it. So, yeah, we take the opt. If we can go, like, opt into another opt on our turn, like, get the connive trigger, then we're, starting to kind of build back from this. Pyro is an interesting choice, too. But, yeah, just spending the turn only playing Pyro isn't good enough. I really, really want to dig for a land drop. And there we go. We got exactly what we needed. So we get to start drawing some cards. So this is a really interesting choice here. What do we discard to the connive? Obviously, if we discard the Phoenix, yeah, the graveyard is where you want the Phoenix to be. But if we miss a land off this opt, then we can't reanimate the Phoenix this turn, and that means Ashiok is going to exile it. So I do discard the Phoenix here. I kind of decide, again, we're kind of behind here. We need to take a risk and make something happen. All we need to do is hit a land off, an untapped land off this opt. We have the 3rd spell in hand to bin the Phoenix, and we get there. Again, kind of lucked out a bit, but I'll say it's balancing out our shitty luck from earlier. It only took us like 5 turns to find our 3rd land. So we just instantly slam this Consider. Actually, yeah, I keep it in hand. There's an argument for putting it in the graveyard to fuel the Cruise, but we're not casting the Cruise this turn anyway. If our opponent doesn't exile our graveyard, then we will be able to cast the Cruise next turn no matter what. And if they do exile our graveyard, then having that extra land drop probably is more important. So, we kill Ashiok, because, we have the Cruise in hand. Killing Ashiok is really important. And now, again, we were kind of stumbling for a while, but we're threatening to cast the Cruise. Our opponent only has 2 cards in hand. Like, we're really not in bad shape now that we had that pretty explosive turn. Again, all we need to do is just get to 3 lands and do Phoenix things. Very important that our Shredder stuck around. Very important that we just had 3 cantrips. Now he has the Fatal Push. 1 turn too late. If he drew that push earlier, we probably are just out of this game. So the Sorin is really, really scary. Thankfully, he does not even have a Vampire to put into play. He just gives a Goblin Shaman lifelink, which doesn't matter that much. So he swings in with all his dudes. He is putting a lot of pressure on the board, which is pretty scary. So now we've got a decision to make. We could clear all his goblins and reflections and stuff with the anger right now. We have to sacrifice our Phoenix to do it. If we wait 1 more turn, then his second Fable flips, and we get to just clear all of them out in just with 1 cast. That's pretty bad if he has a Thoughtseize or something. But then the flip side of that is we also get to kill Sorin by getting an extra attack with the Phoenix. So, yeah, we decide to save the anger for next turn. Get just like maximum value out of it. We can take a few more hits from the goblins, like we're 6 more life isn't the end of the world right now. What's probably a bigger problem is him just making more treasures. But answering this reflection after it flips is a really big deal. So we just cast the cruise, like I've kept saying, cast your cruises when you can against this deck. We do have an option of freeing the Fae to try and spike another Phoenix right now. Maybe a bad idea if we're planning on angering next turn anyway. But thankfully, so we don't hit a Phoenix. So now we decide to just, no reason to tap out right here. We can just hold up the Opt. Do some damage to Sorin. We're putting it in range where the Phoenix can kill it next turn. And now see what he has. And all of a sudden, we're in really good shape. We have a full hand of cards. Our opponent has 1 card in hand. He has a Sorin that's not really doing much. Our Phoenix is going to kill it. And we're about to, next turn we can untap and kill the Sorin and just remove all these Fables. Our opponent did get a lot of treasure tokens out of him, which is, that's, like I said earlier, that's kind of the downside of answering Fable with anger. But we are so far ahead on cards now, which, again, that's how you beat vampires. So, again, he just gets some lifelink, which does not matter. So he swings in with 2, because, of course he's threatening to do the reflection copy thing on my end step and swing in for 1,000,000 damage. So we just pop the Opt on the end step. We don't really have a reason to hold on to it here. Shredder is great, obviously. We do have a few choices now. So obviously we want to swing with the Phoenix and kill the Sorin, and we have to cast the anger on this turn, or else he's going to just pop off and do double reflection things, and then we're probably just dead. We have the choice that we can anger and then Pyro. We do have to shock in a land if we want to do that. Oh no, we don't. We can play the Pathway on red. But you do want to avoid playing Pathway on red in this deck. Just like mono red sources are kind of painful. So we can anger and then Pyro, or we can Shredder and then anger, and just count on discarding a non-land to give the Shredder a counter to get it, so it survives the anger. And that way, again, just maximum value from Shredders. That way we guarantee that we get a Connive. So again, like playing around Fatal Push, even if we just play the Shredder and he just instantly pushes it, we got a Connive out of it, right? If we play Pyro and tap out to do that, and then he pushes it, we got no value. So I'm pretty sure that's what I do here. But yeah, first go to combat, swing at Sorin with the Phoenix, obviously, both to deny him info and because we want to, angering our own Phoenix is a cost, but it's worth it to get rid of this. But obviously we want to kill Sorin first. So yeah, also playing the Shredder lets us avoid putting a Pathway on red. Oh, I angered first. Interesting. Okay, I guess I didn't want to gamble on, having to discard a borrower or a slate of hand that would have been valuable. Oh no, this is what I do. I just play out a pick lock. Yeah, that maybe makes more sense. Because yeah, we do want to guarantee a Shredder Connive, but we don't want to do it in a way that requires us to discard a useful card rather than throwing away one of these extra lands that we have. So yeah, this is a better play to make. Duress takes the slate, that's fine. He has one card in hand now and a million billion mana. And that's actually a pretty great draw. Maybe we could have done this post-combat. I don't know if there's really a difference. Also, shocking this in didn't make much sense. I guess we can say that... Oh yeah, I wanted to see if maybe I would draw into a cantrip or maybe just bluff having a cantrip. But yeah, honestly, I just popped the Brotherhood to take away all this extra mana. Again, it's kind of just like trying to figure out what axis or like what resource is most important in this game. We are ahead on cards. We are very ahead on cards. But our opponent could potentially out-tempo us with this. Also, he only actually has 5 lands, so killing these treasure tokens could potentially turn off a top deck Ripper as a potential play. Since we were so far ahead on cards, I decided that just popping this Brotherhood's End to kill all the treasure tokens was worth it. Like, the only alternate value that we would get out of it is, using the sweeper, and it would... I'm not, like, at this point we just cleared his board. I'm not really worried about him playing like multiple Blood Tides and Fables. Like, even if he does, it'll take time, and like we're just at this point we're just committing to like ending the game soon, pressing this advantage that we have. So very funny play though to just Brotherhood's End to kill 6 treasure tokens. But that's what we wanted to do. At this point we have some win cons on board. We can start playing out more Prankster bodies. We can put out a Pyro and like tempo him out. Very strong play to slam Pyro, and then everything we bounce from him, we are just growing our board with Pyro tokens. So now we're feeling great. And again, it's all because we resolved a cruise, and we got pretty lucky getting that Phoenix to kill Sorin, and the fact that he didn't really get good value out of Sorin. But really, it was this Anger of the Gods, like, clearing up all the bodies that he got from Fable. So that's why, bringing in 1 or 2 like Angers and Brotherhood's Ends can be good in this matchup. So another Fable. Again, honestly happy to see that with Brazen Borrower in hand. Brazen Borrower answers that super well. Consider is a fantastic draw here. So we just play the Pyro. Yeah, and bounce the Goblin. I think we want to do this before combat just to grow the Shredder. But maybe there's an argument that, that having the Shredder bop for 1 less damage might be worth hiding information from the opponent, like if they potentially have a play. I don't think they do have a 1 mana play though. Like if they had a push or something, they probably would have pushed the Shredder anyway. So yeah, we lose the Consider just because it's the lowest impact card here. It is the card that best does card flow, I guess. Like, giving up cantrips can kind of be bad because that might lead to you running out of gas. But at this point, we're trying to just turn the corner and end the game. We don't want to spend our... we're applying pressure now. We don't want our cards to just be like digging through our deck. We want our cards to impact the board and kill our opponent. So yeah, we tap out to just play the Prankster. It's fine. It's like... That's the other nice thing about Borrower and like Prismari Command and like reactive or like answers like that as opposed to counter spells, is that you can kind of play your proactive game, like tap out on your turn, and like whatever your opponent does, just like untap and deal with it after. That also synergizes super well with the Phoenix plan. You want to cast spells in your main phase, not hold up counter magic. So at this point, I'm just starting to flood the board with bodies. Now he has removal. I'm just flooding the board with bodies because like the only way he really punishes that is with like a board sweeper, and I don't think Vampires really plays that. We still haven't seen what he's playing white for, which is really interesting. So yeah, I decided to just go for the slate right here. I don't think there's that much of a reason to not do it before combat. Bam! Find a treasure cruise. Incredible. Like, game's basically over at this point. And the Drake, it just really seals the deal. At this point, I think I actually do just hold the Drake here. Again, just because, like, risk versus reward, like, when you're ahead, you want to minimize the risk you take. I don't think they're gonna play a board wipe or something like that, but at this point, like that's the only way I lose. Like I already have enough of a board to kill him, and I'm holding up like tempo plays that can interfere with whatever he does and like help me press my advantage. There's no reason for me to like tap out for this Drake right now and just expose another one of my threats to a possible sweeper. So like if he does have a sweeper, then I just slam the Drake. Again, I don't think they have sweepers, but like we're so far ahead at this point, there's no need to take the risk. Yeah, and he just scoops. So again, a pretty scary game that we kind of stumbled for a while. We won by doing Phoenix things, you know, getting a bird back to kill Soren, casting multiple treasure cruises to pull ahead, and that Anger of the Gods was super clutch to clear out those fables. We still never really saw what the like wacky things he was doing were that kind of differentiated him from normal vampires. Like we caught a glimpse of one big scary vehicle in game 1 and then never saw any of them again, and I don't think we ever saw what he was doing with white. So really it just ended up playing like normal vampires, and we beat them by, yeah, the way that you beat vampires, just executing our game plan, going over the top of them. You know, one game they did have a Ripper and they just turned 3 Ripper dust and we lost. But like these other games, I mean, if he had gone like turn 3 Ripper this game, then we would have lost that too. But like once we got our engine going, we could have dealt with a Ripper, you know? And they don't always have Ripper. So, you know, just execute your game plan and trust that it will beat theirs most of the time. All right, so here we are in round 4. We lost the die roll, which is fine. Once again, we are up against a Yorion gamer, so maybe this will be our chance to get revenge against Niv. So they're deciding whether to play first. They choose to play first, obviously. So this is an interesting hand against probably Niv. It does have a Shredder, you know, to apply that turn 2 pressure, but it really doesn't do anything else. So I'm pretty sure this is a Maul. Yeah, there it is. This is better. I mean, still not our favorite hand in the world. Like, you know, we don't have any cantrips to start the card train going, but at the very least we have Shredder and a Spell Pierce to protect it. So we keep this. Yeah, lose the Lightning Axe because it's pretty dead in this matchup. And also Lightning Axe gets worse after you mulligan. 2-for-1ing yourself when you're already behind on cards is not great. If we had a Phoenix in hand, it would be another story, but also like we have the Shredder for the Phoenix anyway. Drew a land, so maybe we're kind of wishing that we had mulliganed a land away. You know, we might start flooding out a bit, but what can you do? Hall of Storm Giants is a great land to draw. So we have an option here, as always, like you keep saying, we can, and another land, so we're kind of flooding a bit. We can choose whether to just jam Shredder and make them have removal. I think the fact that we literally have nothing else going on with this hand, like if we play Shredder and our opponent kills it, we're kind of just dead in the water. Combined with, well, when you're playing against Niv, you always have to look at their mana and see what options they have available. They are representing Leyline Binding right now. They have white mana available and they have all their basic land types. Right, like the removal spells you need to worry about on turn 2 is obviously Leyline Binding, and then also potentially Lightning Helix. So they could kill our turn 2 Shredder with either Leyline Binding or Lightning Helix right now. So we definitely do not play the Shredder. Just play a tap land, hold up Spell Pierce. We can, you know, if they have something really scary, we can Spell Pierce that, or we can just, you know, if they don't, we can untap, play Shredder with Spell Pierce backup. So kind of slow start, but we do have things we can do. Oh, and we luck out here. He misses a land drop. So we've got a slow start, but so does he. Whenever something like this happens, you kind of have to ask yourself, what does he have in his hand? Fiery Impulse is a terrible draw here. Because, like, he kept the hand for a reason. Maybe he's just being super greedy, but he probably has like Niv Mizzet already in his hand or something like that. Maybe his hand is full of removal. You know, I'm just gonna jam the Shredder here because again, we have literally nothing else to do. I'm gonna make him have it. You know, the Spell Pierce lets us beat 1 piece of removal. If he has multiple pieces of removal, then you know, we were probably gonna lose anyway. If our hand was literally only Shredder and nothing else going on, then holding on to the Shredder doesn't really get us much. He still does nothing. So we're really lucking out here a little bit. This is the thing about Niv Mizzet, like when their deck is full of a whole bunch of expensive crap, sometimes they just stumble like this. That's what you get for playing a greedy deck. So he discards Niv. That also tells us something. He probably has another one in hand, or he has a Bring to Light or something like that. So looks like he has a handful of bangers, and he just doesn't have the mana to cast it yet. So we draw. Prismari Command is pretty solid. It can blow up a Cornucopia if that's like his turn 3 play. And if it doesn't, like, we can just get our card flow going. So there's the Lightning Helix. Interesting that he didn't play that last turn. So yeah, we could just Spell Pierce it, or we could try and just grow our Shredder out of above 3 toughness, right? So that's what I go for here. I decide I'm going to Prismari Command and just draw 2, discard 2, and make a treasure token, right? So if we draw into just like an Opt, then we cast that, effectively counter the Lightning Helix, and then we're still holding up Spell Pierce. We didn't find an Opt. Yeah, discard the extra land and the Fiery Impulse that's dead. And I will just Spell Pierce here to save our Shredder. Because we also get a Connive from that. And there we go. Yeah, discard the Galvanic because we can just flash it back later. That's one of the best things about that card. You can get the good graveyard value from it. You know, you can discard it or you can mill it over, and it's like you didn't really lose a card. There's also an argument for saving the Spell Pierce for something else that's really scary because we do have a backup Shredder. But I think this is just such a tempo positive play. Like, again, it goes back to like, how good is your interaction when you're not actually doing anything proactive? We don't win by being a bad control deck. We win this by tempoing them out and killing them fast. So like now, the Spell Pierce is out of our hand and he could play something scary, but also we are killing him. And we have a Shredder on the board still. So there's the binding. He does have multiple pieces of interaction. But still no third land. Seems like he probably just drew that binding because he had times where he could have cast it earlier. So now we just go Shredder, free the Fae, get a Connive, start loading the yard. Pretty sure we just lose the Spire Bluff. Oh no, we lose the Lightning Axe. Okay, because yeah, Lightning Axe is only really good against exactly Omnath. And honestly, growing the Shredder is relevant. It's now out of range of a potential Lightning Helix, and it also just makes us kill him faster. So I think we definitely take the Opt here. Yeah, having 2 cantrips in hand with a Shredder is really, really good. Okay, and I just play the land here. I think having the Hall of Storm Giants really incentivizes us to make our land drops. Like, hopefully we can work towards like Galvanic Trespass, kill him with Hall. Now there's Beans, which is a very, very scary card, but again, like, when we have a good tempo start like this and we're already ahead on the board, it makes this a lot less scary. We can counteract this by just ending the game fast. Slate, honestly, fantastic draw. Like, all these cantrips are such good draws when we have a Shredder on the field. And there we go, we find a Cruise. So we cast the Cruise. Honestly, could have Galvanic Cruised, but I would rather save the Galvanic, I think, for a Trespass because, especially when he has Beans, card advantage is not how we win this game. Tempo is. So saving the Galvanic for a Trespass. But now here's a cool trick. You can use a cantrip with your Connive triggers on the stack to give you more control over what you discard. Like, maybe this digs us into a Phoenix, and then we get to put a Phoenix in the yard that we wouldn't have if we had an Opt first. If we had an Opted first. Pretty sure we bottom this. We don't need another Hall. Yeah, 1 bottom. So we drew a Cruise. Fantastic. We even could Opt again right now. No, we didn't do it. So yeah, just lose the Steam Vents. That's fine. And there's the trespass we've been waiting for. So we kill him, well, bonk him, and next turn we can use our treasure, even if we don't find a land. Next turn we can use our treasure to Galvanic Trespass, which is fantastic. We don't have the cards in yard yet, but we have the Free the Fae to put them there. There's the Cornucopia, but it's like, it's looking like a little too late for him. So we do the Free the Fae. We get another Free the Fae off of it, which is just fantastic. We also could pop the treasure token here to opt and get the Connive. Yeah, decided to just save it for the Galvanic Trespass was probably just, you know, too good to refuse. Especially if we... It's also tempting to try and find a way to fit a third spell in there. Do like Galvanic Trespass and one other thing, and we get, you know, our 2 extra turns while bringing back a Phoenix. So that's a risk reward. Like we could go like Sleight of Hand or Opt first, try and as long as we hit an untapped land, then we get to do it. We could also just play it safe, go the Galvanic Iteration and Trespass. Maybe we find an untapped land off the Connive. So I did decide to go for the Sleight of Hand. Maybe a little greedy. So yeah, I missed that. I decided, you know, we're just gonna just try and bring back Phoenixes now. It's okay if we do we can wait 1 turn on the Trespass. Because like, what's the worst thing he can do next turn? There we go, we hit a Phoenix off the Connive. Worst thing he could do next turn is like Bring to Light. And also the Galvanic Trespass gets stronger when we have more of a board state. There is also an argument for sure that like not getting greedy there and just taking the 2 extra turns while we can and while he's basically tapped out is enough to seal up the game. So that might have been a pun. Because I think I remember what he does here. Yeah, there's the Bring to Light, which we suspected that he had. You know, just based on the fact that he kept a really clunky hand. Like, there must have been some upside to it. So he draws a card with Beans. Yeah, and now he uses Deadly Cover-Up, which he can collect the evidence for. So he gets to kill our creatures and exile the Phoenixes. So which is really scary, because, you know, even just a regular board wipe, we would have been fine, because we're like, okay, whatever. You know, we take 2 extra turns and bring back our birds, you're dead. This is exactly what he needed. But, you know, when you have Bring to Light that tutors for your deck, it's a little easier to have what you need. So, you know, in retrospect, I think that, you know, waiting on the Galvanic Trespass was a mistake. Although the flip side is, we do still just get to Galvanic Trespass and then just kill him with Haul, so it honestly probably doesn't even matter. Like, he's tapped out here. He's drawing a bunch of cards off Beans. That's the crazy thing about this, is when you Bring to Light for something, you get 2 card draws off this. And yeah, he exiles the birds. So he had like the literal best possible card he could have had in that situation, but we're still going to Galvanic Trespass and bonk him multiple times with the Haul, and the game is over. So again, and against the other Niv player, Up the Beanstalk won him the game multiple times, I think, if I remember correctly. This time, this is a perfect example of how to beat that, because, you know, Beans drew him a bunch of cards, and they didn't matter because we killed him before he could cast them. Oh yeah, and then I just pop the treasure for, yeah, and he just concedes. Game's over. Actually, yeah, because we did still need to find an untapped land, but with the Treasure Cruise, we had a pretty good chance of that. So he didn't make us go through it. You know, once we're copying Delve spells and he's tapped out and we have Haul, game's pretty over. So both of us kind of had a bit of a stumble, like slow start. Like, we definitely got lucky that, you know, he was stuck on 2 lands for a while, but We also didn't really have a super lightning fast start, but that game is a perfect illustration of how you beat Niv. It's like we go under him and we don't give him time to get value off of all this bullshit that he does. So here we are in game 2. We're on the draw. View our sideboard. I think we had kind of, yeah, the same as last time against Niv. We board out 1 Cruise, board out 1 Phoenix, and bring in a Drake, you know, just because diversifying your threats is pretty good against like Graveyard Hate and especially against, what's it called, Unmoored Ego. Take out 3 Impulses because they're just really bad here. And yeah, we kept in 2 Lightning Axes just to potentially have answers to like an Omnath or like Camball or Notion Thief or whatever, but we really don't want any more than 2 just because they like don't have that many creatures. And yeah, they have Niv as well, obviously, but Lightning Axe doesn't kill either Niv. Niv Reborn is a 6/6, and the other Niv has hexproof from monocolored. So having 1 Lightning Axe in hand can save your ass against Omnath or something like that. Having 2 is kind of terrible. Yeah, obviously we bring in our counter magic. Negate is great. We bring in Aether Gust. We bring in Mystical Disputes. Those cards are all. We bring in Brazen Borrower. Those cards are all fantastic against Niv Mizzet because we are tempoing them out and trying to kill them fast. So we're on the draw. This is a really interesting hand because it doesn't put a 2-drop into play. You know, it doesn't immediately start applying pressure like that, but it does immediately get the card train rolling, like super, super well. And that is another way that we can apply pressure to them is by just like starting to, you know, do Phoenix things. Like hopefully we mill some birds and can start attacking them that way. But even if we don't, we can just like immediately start casting cruises. It's risky. It's kind of like, you know, deviating from the like the Delver plan of like stick a threat and tempo them out. But this does get off to a fast start, just in a different way. He's on a Multi 6, so that can influence our decision making. Yeah, I decided to keep this. I figured this is not like the best tempo hand, but it's such a good Phoenix hand. So I'm not sure if this is like the best decision to make. We'll see if it pays off. I would see the argument for mulliganing this hand in this matchup specifically, like only because it's this matchup. There we find a bird. Yeah, we lead off on the Otawara, trying to just hit our land drops. Again, this is where like the turn 1 Otawara, lead off on the Otawara and Sleight of Hand. This is why the turn 1 Sleight of Hand is good when you know that you're digging for lands and you have more cantrips anyway, so it's not like you're going to run out of cantrips and get into top deck mode. You know, tapping this turn 1 is a little scary because now he doesn't have to play around Spell Pierce if he has specifically Beans. And again, we don't have a super fast hand, so Beans is really good against us. But he didn't have Beans. Also, yeah, the fact that this wasn't a green land meant that he still could play Beans. He could have like a green untapped land, but it makes it less likely. So the Valky is interesting. I think he almost definitely takes the Prankster here. It's great when Prankster dodges Duress, but he gets got by Valky here. So yeah, he definitely gets to kind of slow down our card draw start here. So, oh, okay. So obviously I don't want to play the Shredder when I know that next turn I can go Shredder Cantrip and guarantee a Connive, especially when we have the Phoenix in our hand. Guaranteeing a Connive here is really important. We could have just slammed Sleight of Hand there, still held up Consider, and then like, you know, potentially a Spell Pierce or a Mystical Dispute or bluff it. I decided to just, you know, pretend I have 2 mana interaction and I can still go Consider. Or consider something else. This way, like, we're bluffing Aether Gust as well, or Negate. So yeah. Maybe we get a Spell Pierce here. Oh, I decided to actually just keep the Shredder, just because it's so strong in this matchup. Pyro, then I decided to bin that. Because we have multiple threats here. There's definitely a world where like we have a hand that's just full of threats, but then like you need some you need some like density of other effects as well. Also, we're still, you know, in danger of missing land drops. So just go Shredder right here and a Sleight of Hand. Get the Connive. It's pretty solid to, you know, disincentivize the Goblin Shaman attacking as well. There could be an argument for not binning the Phoenix right here, like just in case they have Graveyard Hate. Sometimes a Phoenix is actually safer in your hand than it is in the graveyard. And we have another Shredder, so we know that that's not the last Connive trigger we're going to get. And yeah, Negate is just a fantastic card to have in here. Also, like I said before, like we don't have that many like flex slots of interaction. The ones we do have are highly impactful. It means when we do see the Negate, we really, really want to grab it because like it's literally the only one in our 75. He could attack with the Goblin Shaman and get up to 5 mana this turn, which is scary, but instead he just Vanishing Versus our Shredder. So which also potentially tells us about what he might have in hand. It tells us that he probably doesn't have a Niv Mizzet or a Bring to Light or something. So like when he Vanishing Versus our Shredder instead of playing Bring to Light or Niv, we're kind of okay with that, again, because we have another one. The Cornucopia sucks, though. We hate to see that thing. Like, it ramps him and stabilizes him at the same time. So yeah, I decided to go shields down for a turn here because we know he didn't have a Niv or something scary like that right then. I mean, maybe he had Bring to Light and he just, like, prioritized killing the Shredder and, you know, instead of giving us a Connive trigger. But I think that would be the wrong play by him. So yeah, here I want to go shields down. Again, reestablish a threat. Make sure we're, you know, keeping the pressure up and simultaneously dig for the land drop that we need. So I actually decided, yeah, I decided to throw away Temporal Trespass. I don't know if that was correct. Again, it's the, you know, you have the choice of do you want to, like, you can choose between, you're probably only going to get a chance to cast one of Cruise or Trespass. And so you're choosing between cards and tempo. So I chose cards this time. I think it's also because like we're kind of struggling on lands and we probably don't have the resources to really maximize the Trespass very well. But yeah, take the Prismari command here. Next turn we could like blow up the Cornucopia and the Valky, or like blow up the Cornucopia and the Goblin Shaman. Or just blow up the Cornucopia and draw a discard. We also have Treasure Cruise online. That's probably a big reason why I decided to, you know, keep that instead of the Trespass, is next turn we could like play Treasure Cruise, find a land drop, and still hold up Negate or something like that. But that is a interesting decision that I'm not, you know, 100% sure if that was correct. And that's one of the ones where like you really need to make an assessment of how you think the game is going to go. Like I could see keeping the Trespass being correct there. So he flips his Reflection. And he has another Vanishing Verse for our Shredder. Which again, I think, you know, from the fact that he didn't just like, we know that he probably, we don't know, but we suspect that he doesn't have like a Niv or a Bring to Light or some big Haymaker like that, or else he would have just cast it last turn when he could. That means he is pretty likely to just have some kind of like removal or something. Now Beans is scary because, you know, he is out of cards in hand and this is something that can let him refill, and we're not ending this game fast enough. So he has done a good job of answering our threats, and just kind of like he's kind of playing control and trying to make sure the game goes long, and he's getting his card advantage engine in play. So we draw the Cruise, play the Shredder. We're still holding up Dispute. I think, yeah, if I hadn't drawn Dispute there, I would have just held up the Negate. But again, I think, like, again, we just have to get threats in play. We need to pressure him. We could get punished for this, but, like, we also just can't let the game keep going long. And again, also just Shredder is really strong, and the more we can do to get that in play, like, the better our chances are, I think. Another Cornucopia. But again, as long as it's not something that triggers Beanstalk, we're kind of okay with that. Now he puts Yori on the hand, and that's something that's going to trigger Beans. I didn't play Consider on that end step, I think just because I wanted to potentially like make sure that we can multi-spell on this turn or trigger Connive or something like that. So yeah, we start with a Consider. Cruise is pretty good, especially because we have the Prismari command that will be able to fuel the Cruise. I misplayed here. I should have played this land first. I guess I was thinking like maybe potentially I'm going to, you know, draw into, I don't know, draw. No, I already have Stormcarved Coast. No, that was just a misplay. I should have played the land first. And we get punished for it right here if I remember correctly. Yeah, we connive, discard the bird. And he has the dispute. So that was the punt. Yeah, literally, if we'd played the land, we would have been able to dispute that back, and then that would have been the third spell for the Phoenixes. So really just no reason not to play the Pathway before casting that. Honestly, just like, I forgot that they can play Dispute. It's not something that like you usually see out of Niv. I don't know if like maybe all lists play it or not. But yeah, so the Shame playing the land that would have, you know, enabled me to do something. Yeah, and I don't attack just because like they're at such a high life total. I feel like preventing them from attacking with the Goblin and getting more mana might be more relevant. It's not even because I'm like that afraid for my life total, and that's really scary. Because now he's going to play Yorion, draw 2 cards off the Beans, bounce the Beans, and we're in big, big trouble. Well, he's not going to bounce the Beans because we do have Dispute for that. That noise in the background is my cat's food. So he does attack with the Goblin. He just wants the mana. So that gives him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. Oh yeah, so he actually doesn't cast the Yorion here. Maybe he is just trying to play around Dispute. He has exactly enough mana now to pay for Dispute, so if he is intentionally playing around Dispute, that's a really good play from him. Yeah, I lose the Spire Bluff just because it's not doing anything for us. And at this point, the game kind of just feels over. The Drake is a great draw, actually, though. Again, he has 1 card in hand. We know that it's Yorion. And the second Dispute is really good. So we're attacking Ashiok. Maybe there's an argument for just going face, just making sure that the Drake will be able to put him on a 2-turn clock. I think, yeah, it's very likely that it'll be a 2-turn clock anyway, though. So all of a sudden, that Drake just became our win con, right? See if he has 1 card in hand. It's Yorion. If he doesn't draw into something that can stop this Drake, we still can win this game. I think that's a kind of silly thing for him to do, because he's, like, we didn't have a graveyard to exile anyway, and he's just powering up our Drake. So here comes the Yorion. He gets a million billion triggers. Oh yeah, I guess when we're considering what clock we have him on, we have to take the cornucopias into account as well. So I decided to just Dispute before he can draw anything, like just in case he draws into another Dispute. So he can pay for the first one, and then we cast the second one. We're okay, totally fine with like 2-for-1ing ourselves like this, because like at this point we're not winning on card advantage no matter what. So he casts the Yorion. We get to counter it, so he doesn't have his big flying blocker for the Drake, but he did draw 2 cards off the Beans. So now this game basically comes down to, what did he draw off the Beanstalks? Is it good enough? Oh, that Aether Gust was a very good draw, and I think I punted here. I think I was, so I decided to Aether Gust one of the cornucopias. I was thinking like maybe, you know, cutting him off of mana and getting these 2 connive triggers is really good. Because also I had the cruise in hand, so I wanted to, you know, I wanted to, you know, get the connives, load up the graveyard, and so then I can cruise. But again, like I literally just said that this game is not about cards anymore. Again, I said before how like negate is one of the most impactful cards, and we only have 1 copy of it, and we need to make sure that we, you know, have it available and use it on something that's really important. That was not the best use of that Aether Gust. Again, I think I was, you know, I'm not super low on clock yet, but I'm definitely starting to rush a bit in case it does go to game 3. Using that Aether Gust there was a punt. I kind of just, and it's an example of like when you have heuristics for this deck or like kind of play patterns that generally serve you well, right? Like usually just thinking like, oh, I want to get 2 connives and like build up to a treasure cruise. That's usually a great rule of thumb. In this case, I needed to kind of just slow down a little more and think like, okay, like getting these 2 connives and, you know, potentially being able to cruise in this situation is not actually better than having this Aether Gust in hand. Because again, it just comes down to like, what is this game about? How will this game be won or lost? Right now, the only thing that matters in this game, also, first of all, we're not beating him on card advantage because he has the Beanstalks. The only thing that matters in this game is ending it as fast as possible and connecting with this Crackling Drake. And what are the ways that, you know, he could stop that from happening? As well, if he just slams an Niv Mizzet right now. And that's exactly what he does. And the Aether Gust would have answered that. So that was a big mistake. Like hell, if we hadn't played the Aether Gust there, we could have held up Aether Gust and Negate here, and then we win. So that was a punt, and I will admit that. But it's a really good lesson that like don't just tunnel vision on like, oh, I want to get my connives, I want to cast the cruise. You got to ask yourself what's actually like really important in this game. It's also the type of thing that's like super obvious in retrospect. I think in the moment I was also thinking like, oh man, like he, you know, he's kind of hell-bent, like he just drew 2 cards, but like maybe they're not good cards. And I want to kind of press this advantage and, you know, cast this cruise. But like if I just slowed down and thought about it for 20 seconds, like holding the Aether Gust in hand wins the game. And so now I cast this cruise, kind of a sad shame cruise. It's like this isn't helping me at this point. Like I don't even have another Aether Gust. Like, oh, and he vetoes it. Yeah. It's like now the out is just kind of like find a borrower and bounce the Niv Mizzet so I can attack. We just swing with the team. He obviously has to trade with the Drake. So, actually, did he get that Dovins off of the... Oh, no, the Niv... Yeah, I remember. I saw this in the moment. The Niv was a total whiff. He literally hit nothing off of it, which was very lucky. But so he just had the Dovins like that he drew off the Beanstalk earlier. But at this point, like, the game is kind of going to start to get away from us. Yeah, he plays the Bring to Light, and we can counter it, but he still gets the 2 draws off of Beans. And now, like, we're kind of out of gas. Our hand is empty, and like he has way too much life for these 2 Shredders to like reliably finish him off. Yeah, I drew the Pyro, and I honestly at this point I just conceded. I saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to save time for game 3. So yeah, really good game, and that wasting that Aether Gust was honestly just a big punt on my part. But there's a good lesson we can take from that. So yeah, on to game 3. So we're back. We're in game 3. We're on the play. Let's see if maybe for the first time in this whole league against Niv, we can get like a solid hand that applies pressure really fast. It's an interesting hand. I finally decided to mulligan. Decided that hand's not good enough, and we get instantly rewarded. This is a great hand against them. I don't remember what I actually put on the bottom here. Yeah, which makes sense. I put away the Cruise. I think obviously the 2 Shredders are both super important. Consider is very important to like, find our land drops, trigger connive with the Shredders. Cruise is good, obviously, when we have Free the Fae in hand, but Cruise is not our main game plan, and it's not the way we want to win the game. Cruise is great to like refuel our hand with more interaction after like, we've gotten to the mid game, but Cruise itself should not be our primary game plan. So if we put the Cruise on the bottom, the Picklock can dig us for more interaction, and can, maybe find a Cruise later. And that's a really weird play, I think, to see a Cruise in your opening hand that you can cast with Free the Fae, and it seems really like non-intuitive to throw away the Cruise. But again, it's about judging like what resource is most important in this game, and against Niv, it is not cards. Vampires, we would totally just, snap keep that Cruise and just make the game like, okay, we're going to just make our game plan build up towards this Cruise, but that's not what you want to do against Niv. I actually think I should have probably graveyarded that Drake. It's an interesting choice to keep it. I think I saw it and I was like, ooh, a threat. Like, I can use this to kill him. And I put it in hand, but, okay, drawing the Spire Bluff is a very, very good draw. Who knows, but maybe that threat density will pay off. We can kind of get bit in the ass if we like don't actually have the lands and spells and stuff that we need to make the Drake threatening. Maybe it's a little bit of a premature Drake, but we'll see. It's a gamble for sure. So yeah, played out the Shredder, even though he could, he is representing a possible Leyline Binding. Again, I think it's fine because we have a second Shredder. Now, he actually just has nothing on this turn. Well, he still could have Leyline Binding. Maybe he's just waiting to cast it. Does he do it in our upkeep? Nope. So we, again, got lucky, just ripped a couple lands off the top that we needed for the Drake. Yeah, I think we just swing with the Shredder instead of playing... I mean, if we're going to play the second Shredder, we should do it post-combat anyway. Here's a world where maybe, like... we get to... Or, like, maybe we can just, like, get a nice little connive trigger, go Free the Fae into Consider or something like that. So yeah, we do our attacks. He doesn't do anything. Yeah, and I decide not to play the Shredder. I decide to just hold up the Free the Fae. We could potentially dig for interaction if we decide we need it. I can see that decision going either way, though. So that's an interesting one, where he just plots the Pillage the Bog, which we're fine with. Again, we have a threat on board, and he's doing something that doesn't actually do anything. So snap, take, negate. That was a fantastic Free the Fae. We put 2 Phoenixes in the bin and grabbed one of our best interaction pieces when we're already ahead on board. Lightning Axe is fine. So get in for 1. And I think the clear... Well, so we could just slam Crackling Drake, or we can play a Shredder and hold up Negate. And I think the obvious choice is Shredder Negate. We're still developing our board. We're still applying pressure. Having 2 Shredders is just insanely good. Like, the connive triggers really just add up to a ton of value. And this way we can hold up Negate for anything really scary. So he starts with just the Pillage of the Bog. I actually choose to negate this. Because I decided either if he does play something else this turn, the scariest thing he could play right now is probably Omnath. And we can just Lightning Axe it next turn. If he plays anything else after this, we get 2 connive triggers. So, and also just like when you're kind of ahead on board like this, I feel like this is kind of pressing the advantage. Like maybe he needs to dig for something, and I just want to pop off this negate and like kind of get the value out of this mana as well, because otherwise we're not using that mana. And like if we negate this, like maybe he plays something else, we get our connives. I'm fine with that. Maybe he doesn't play anything else, in which case, great, he just spent his turn doing nothing. So it's an interesting thought. He vetoes it, which honestly I'm completely fine with. Like I didn't even really care about like stopping the pillage of the bog. I just wanted to like bait him into a second spell potentially, and we also get the veto out of his hand, which is awesome. Again, like this is the kind of like tempo plays that having, you know, threats and a clock on board lets you like enables for you, is it forces him to play awkwardly. So lose the axe, and here we definitely lose the Hall. Again, I think the axe is only really useful if he goes exactly Omnath, and now we know he's not doing that this turn. And when you have 2 Shredders on board, a cantrip is just an amazing card to have. It lets us churn through our deck and get value. Even if we don't draw another cantrip, we can go like opt Picklock Prankster, and get 2 Connive triggers out of it. So again, feeling like we're in a really good place. If we do get any more cantrips, we can start bringing Phoenixes back. So yeah, we decided to just go for the opt. Consider is perfect. Go for the consider, get 2 Connives. So it's very, very unlikely we don't find another spell to cast here. So Lightning Axe, you can throw away. Just get some more power and toughness on the board. And Borrower, I actually decide to keep because, again, that's just a fantastic card in this matchup. And then we hit the opt. So we get there. Yeah, I actually put Slay to Hand on the bottom because at this point, I think we're so far ahead. And we are going to want... I mean, Spiral Canal isn't awesome, but I think we're far enough ahead that we don't really want more cantrips. We just want interaction. Like, we have a very scary clock on the board now. Borrower is great. All we need now is more interaction, really. Like, even if he does go, like, Deadly Cover-Up or Sunfall or something, then we just slam our backup Drake. Like, we are so far ahead on tempo at this point, partially because we just, you know, got free birds. And that was all enabled by the fact that we had 2 Shredders. Like, that's how good Shredder is. So you see how completely different this matchup becomes when you can stick a Shredder or 2 in the early turns. Like, when we just went Shredder, and he couldn't kill them, this game got so much easier. He casts Spring Delight. Again, like, if he plays Niv, we just Petty Theft it and kill him. Like, the scariest thing you could do is, like, yeah, Deadly Cover-Up or Sunfall. He doesn't even have the... He actually can't do the exile part of it. He doesn't have enough evidence to collect. So, like, he gets... Oh yeah, and he gives us the Connive triggers. That's another great thing about Ledger Shredder against this deck. Bring to Light being 2 spells in 1 is great for them when they have Beans, but it's great for us when we have Shredder. So he's going to kill our stuff, but our Phoenixes are going to stay in the graveyard, and like whenever your opponent spends tempo and a card, just putting your Phoenixes back in the graveyard that you got for free, we're really happy about that. So I lose the opt. Treasure Cruise is obviously, we got to keep that. So yeah, I decided to lose the Borrower. I guess, yeah, it is also an option to lose the Drake. But I felt like, you know, keeping the threats going was really, really relevant. But if we just cruise and can bring these Phoenixes back, then we're in good shape. There is an argument for keeping the Borrower and just kind of like banking on the Phoenixes to be our threat. Oh, interesting. I just decided to go for the Drake because I can hold Spell Pierce up. I could have freed the Fae going for another spell, but yeah, I think the Spell Pierce really changed my reasoning here, whereas like I know I have enough mana to play the Drake and hold up Spell Pierce and like all the scary shit he can do. I mean, the best thing he can do here is just play Niv itself to block the Drake. If he plays like some sort of removal, we can probably pierce it. I mean, I guess we can't pierce Leyline Binding, but like he hasn't had it up until now. If he plays another Sweeper, we can pierce that. If he plays Bring to Light, we can pierce that. He has exactly Niv like we need. So actually, well, I'm going to say we could have kept the Borrower, but then we would have had to discard the Drake, so never mind. He puts exactly Bring to Light in his hand, which is fine by us because Spell Pierce is going to dunk on that if he tries to do that. I keep forgetting that like I'm actually controlling how fast to step through this. I'm like waiting for an opponent. Come on, man. So basically this just becomes, if we find a way to bounce Niv, then we win the game on the spot. Cruz is a fantastic start, obviously. Oh, we go Free the Fae first, actually. I changed my mind. Yeah, because it was that exact train of thought where I was like, you know what? Like, cards in hand aren't important. What's important is digging for a way to remove this Niv. And Free the Fae sees more cards than Cruz. And, I mean, either way, we can cast both this turn. It doesn't really matter that much which one we do first. But we find the Aether Gust, and so the game is over. We got our revenge against Niv. So, that was a great match. I think the reason why we won this one, where we lost the other match against Niv, is like I said, we just kind of did a better job of sticking threats and tempoing them out. Even game 2 where we lost, like I said, I think that was just a punt from me. If I had kept that Aether Gust in hand, we would have won. Like when you draw the right cards, this matchup honestly feels kind of easy. Yeah, when it gets hard is like that first match where we just like couldn't really put a lot of pressure on them, and the game went long, and they got to get all their value engines online. Like when they're just when they resolve their nibs and get their cards in play, and like they're drawing off their beans and all that. Like if you don't have the tempo to punish them for that, like yeah, they're obviously going to overwhelm you when the game goes long. But yeah, this was a great match. We even despite a punt that threw game 2, we got there. So we're 3-1. Going on to round number 5. All right, round 5. We are currently 3-1. Let's see if we can get our 4th win here. So we win the die roll, with a nice, solid, powerful roll of 2. We don't know what we're up against here. Just 53 cards or 60 cards total and no companion. So this is a pretty stinky hand. You can keep one-landers with multiple cantrips, but not when it's a Storm-Carved Coast. That's just like that lost tempo is way too bad. Here we have another one-lander, which is kind of tough, but I think this is the type of one-lander that you can justify keeping, especially once you've mulliganed once already. The power of this deck is that Treasure Cruise lets you unmulligan very effectively, and this is a hand where if things go right, you will be casting a fast cruise. So I keep this. Bottom the Impulse, just because, if this was also a red source, then that would be different, like if this was a Spirebluff Canal. But, you bottom the card that you cannot cast. And basically our whole game plan here is just start casting these cantrips, get the Free the Fae, hit our land drops, and work up towards a cruise. Pretty good game plan, as long as our opponent isn't like aggro or something that's just going to punish us for taking the first couple of turns off and just spinning our wheels. But we see a Spirebluff Canal, so could be a couple things. It's probably the mirror. It's probably not in Soul, because in Soul runs Gigantha. No matter what, we're just firing off this Consider. We need to find our lands. Lightning Axe obviously goes in the bin. We can't cast it, and we need a land, and we get our land, which is great. So, Hall rather than the Steam Vents, just because, the Hall, this is our last chance to put the Hall in untapped. So, confirms that this is almost definitely the mirror. There's an argument, so I didn't just jam Shredder there. Actually, maybe I should have just jammed Shredder there. Trying to think of why I didn't. Because Shredder in the mirror is just like one of the most powerful things you can do. Free the Fae is also really good. And yeah, here I just take the opportunity to resolve Free the Fae while he's tapped out. Just play around like a potential Spell Pierce or something like that. So I take a Lightning Axe to play around potentially him having a Shredder. I guess I probably didn't jam Shredder just in case he had a Lightning Axe of his own, but like, if you're on the play in the mirror, it's almost always optimal to just jam Shredder on turn 2, especially in game 1 when they don't have Mystical Disputes in yet. Like it just becomes there's no way for them to answer that profitably, right? Like they can't fiery impulse it unless they go literally like you jam Shredder and then they consider bin another spell to get spell mastery and then they untap and fiery impulse it. But like the chances of that are pretty low. Usually the only way they can really answer it is with a lightning axe and then they're 2-for-1ing themselves. So like they need to have like exactly axe and Phoenix in hand. So, and then like the upside of sticking a Shredder first in the mirror is just so huge. So but yeah, I decided to go for the Free the Fae instead, which is also a great play because like the other way you win the mirror is just by casting more delve spells. So here, I think we go for here we go for the Shredder when we know we can guarantee the Connive. He still can't actually fiery impulse it, which is great. So here he considers. Now, and here's the thing. Now he has Spell Mastery, but he can't impulse my Shredder right now because that would give me another Connive and I could just make it 4 toughness in response. He can, however, untap on his turn and impulse it. And he just did a big whoopsie. He did exactly what you shouldn't do. So I get to very easily dodge this. Yeah, just throw away the Galvanic. And here I throw away the extra land that we don't need. Yeah, throw away that land, draw another land. So that was just a punt by our opponent. That's you always have to be really careful about triggering your opponent's connives, especially if you're trying to use damage-based removal. That's kind of part of what makes the mirror so interesting. So now he just has the Lightning Axe, but we still got a Fiery Impulse out of his hand for free, and got a free connive out of it. Like, that's a disaster for him. So, like, yes, he answered our Shredder, and he got a Phoenix in the yard, but we are so far ahead on cards in the graveyard. Like, next turn, we could just Galvanic Cruise if we want. Or we could Cruise, try to go for other, like, you know, some other spells and get a Phoenix back. And that's exactly what I decided to do. I don't need to play this land first to play around Dispute because it's game 1. He could Pierce it, and then I'll just happily pay the 2. And now we can just go Consider, or Consider Opt, rather. Going with the Consider first, just like in case we get the nice, the upside of just hitting a Phoenix on the top and throwing it in the bin. And even if we don't, like, as long as we can just aggressively graveyard things, we're setting up for this second cruise. Yeah, I keep the Otawara on top because, well, A, we don't have another land in hand, and also, you know, bouncing something. Like, Otawara is the best extra land we could have. So, we got to do bird things faster than our opponent did. He does have a bird in the yard, and he is threatening to cruise, but, like, we just cruised first, and we are threatening a Galvanic cruise, so we're definitely ahead right now. So there's a Shredder, kind of scary, but we do have the Axe and Phoenix in hand to answer it. Now, if he had played a land first, I would not Axe and Phoenix here, because then I would need to play around Spell Pierce. However, he did not. So he did the Connive. Actually, okay, I could have just Axed it right there. Yeah, now if he plays a land, now I do need to still play around Spell Pierce. But we actually get kind of lucky. It looks like he whiffed on a third spell. So we're not going to axe it right now. It's, again, playing around with Spell Pierce. So now we axe it. We could have axed it before, like on his turn when he was tapped out, but also like that gives him more information. You know, maybe now, like, maybe he made a different decision with his opt when he thought he was going to keep his Shredder, or when he didn't know that the Shredder was going to die. So we have a few options here. Actually, we can just go for the Galvanic Cruise, so I think that's what I do. Yeah, draw 6 cards, bring a Phoenix back. Pretty good. Even if he does have Spell Pierce, he can only counter one of them. That's like one of the strengths of Galvanic Iteration, is that it plays around counter magic so well. It's like that's how very often you just win against control in the late game, when like even if they do have Dovin's vetoes and stuff like that. So you just cast 3 time walks. Like, what are you going to do? Counter one of them? Who cares? And at this point, this game is like, we are so far ahead. Like, we have 27 cards left in our deck, and he has 43. That's how much more of our deck we have churned through. And that's how you win the mirror. So, just discarding the 2 extra lands that we definitely do not need. Right, like, we drew and had to discard the hand size, but that's fine. It just gave us, like, more card selection. So, Shredder's pretty good. But again, we have the tools to deal with it because we just drew 6 cards. So he cruises. It's kind of, you know, he's getting started with what he needs to do to come back into this game. And the Profts is kind of scary. And that's exactly why we kept Otawara in hand. So that Shredder is immediately out of Lightning Axe range. Pretty good. Pretty good. But Otawara saves the day. And I know it's like, sometimes it feels like luck when it's just like, wow, this was the one single answer I had in the whole deck to you know, to a big Shredder game 1. But like when you've churned through half your deck, more than half your deck already, it's not luck, right? Like that's why the card flow state is so important, because you can just play like one of answers like that and find them reliably. It does require you to like, there's a lot of decision making. You need to look at it and like make the conscious decision, like, okay, I'm going to keep this Otawara in hand, or like, you know, I'm going to have a cantrip or something. Like I think I saw the Otawara on an Opt or something, and I was like, you know what? Yes, I do want to hold on to that Otawara, because it's not just a land. So he replays the Shredder. Now there's going to be a little bit of a dance here of like, do I want to just Fiery Impulse it now before he gets the Connive? But then I'm opening myself up to Spell Pierce. Or do I wait and see if he just like, I let him get the Connive, but then do I wait and see if he taps out, at which point I can just Lightning Axe the Shredder, you know, and play around Spell Pierce that way. But he could potentially do like a, actually he can't go Treasure Cruise and then like draw into a Spell Pierce in a land. So never mind. Right, no, he can, because he just cast Free the Fae. So that's actually a kind of big that he didn't put a counter on it, so... Although, okay, no, but never mind. Fiery Impulse doesn't kill it right now because I don't have Spell Mastery. So, he's getting a good turn, right? He's setting up to do some scary stuff. If he plays a Treasure Cruise, you know, Cruise plus Profts is very, very scary. He chooses Treasure Cruise with Free the Fae, so he's definitely about to cruise. Come on, game. Oh, is it because he's like picking all the stuff? So he plays Treasure Cruise right there. Honestly, I should have just axed the Shredder right here, because now I get punished by untapped land and Spell Pierce. So that was a misplay. But then he tapped out anyway. I guess because he had only actually played 2 non-creature spells, I think. Because again, like you got to remember that when the Phoenix comes in, you can't actually target it with Profts, because it's not on the battlefield when the Profts trigger goes on the stack. So sometimes you might want to like wait on what to kill. Like you wait for them to put the Profts trigger on the stack and then kill the thing in response. But that doesn't apply here because he only actually has 1 target for it. But we didn't get punished. He did not hold up mana. Again, we can't impulse it because we don't have Spell Mastery. Well, I guess we could have just gone... We could have just done Opt Impulse. Oh no, we couldn't because that would have triggered Connive. Yeah, and then the game's over. So, again, like... I don't like dislike Profts. I just think it sometimes is a little overrated because like I had so many games like this in the mirror where my opponent has Profts and I don't, and I just win anyway. It's not that Profts is bad. It's just that Profts does not beat copying delve spells, right? Like our opponent had props and we didn't, but we still won because we cast more cruises than they did and cast them earlier and got more phoenixes out. And like, obviously it's still possible to do like props doesn't like stop you from cruising, but like it does have a non-zero, like it has an opportunity cost, right? It could be another card in your deck. The mana that you spend on playing it is like it's tempo that you're spending that's not actually helping you cruise, and I think that makes a difference. So like it's really easy to think of it like, oh yeah, if in the mirror, if both players are casting the same number of cruises, then the one with props is going to win, and that's true. But the flip side of that is if like you spent tempo in early turns playing a props, it's kind of likely that you're going to be behind in the treasure cruise race. And I don't like, a lot of the time props isn't enough to make up for that, especially when players cut trespass for props. I really don't like that because like so often I've had games like this where like my opponent has props and they like make a big shredder, or like what usually happens is my opponent has props and for most of the game it doesn't do anything because like I can lightning axe or bounce all their creatures. And then eventually they do stick something like a big shredder with props, and then I Otawara it and take 3 turns and kill them, right? Like it's not that I think props is bad. It's just that it like obviously like putting counters on stuff is good, but it's not as good as copying Ancestral Recall and Time Walk. So anyway, that's a little tangent. So here we're on game 2, on the draw, obviously. Still in the mirror here. This is a really interesting hand. We have a couple of cantrips. Ashiok and Spell Pierce are both very, very strong, obviously. So yeah, I believe I keep this hand. So another land is obviously a good thing to have. I don't play the Slata hand here because I want to hold up the Spell Pierce, just in case he has, like in case he goes turn 2 Free the Fae or turn 2 Profts. I do get punished if he just goes Shredder, but in that case I can still just opt anyway. That is the scary thing about this hand, is that it does not have any way to deal with an early Shredder. And that's exactly what he has. So we get punished a little bit. Yeah, we keep the Steam Vents because, well, now we need to kill the Shredder somehow. We don't have a way to do that yet, but also, like, basically we need a Lightning Axe. Oh yeah, I didn't go over how I sideboarded. We need a Lightning Axe, but we also need red mana first. So the sideboard, yeah, basically, yeah, I bring out all the impulses. They're really bad in the mirror, especially when your opponent was on Profts. What did I bring in? Oh, I brought in Negate and Disputes. Those are really, really good, obviously. And I think that's it, really. I brought in the second Ashiok. There must be something else I took out. Oh yeah, I took out the Prismari command. It doesn't do that much here. I think if you know that they have Hearse, then it becomes pretty solid, but they don't usually have, like, that's not a common thing. Some people like Young Pyromancer in the mirror. It is good for pressuring Ashiok specifically, because Ashiok is weird because it's a really high variance card in the mirror, I think. Sometimes it's just like a total slam dunk, and it like eats your opponent's graveyard and wins the game. But it's also bad if it gets disputed, and it's really bad if your opponent has a board state and they can just attack Ashiok and kill it. Like that's kind of the downside of having your graveyard hate be on a Planeswalker that your opponent can just kill, rather than just like, I think in the mirror potentially Hearse could be a better graveyard hate card because it comes down faster, it doesn't get disputed, and it doesn't just get bonked to death by by shredders and stuff like that. But you play Ashiok because it's just better overall in the meta because like it shuts down Amalia, stuff like that. But anyway, that's a tangent. But yeah, I have both the Ashioks in, but because of that, I have seen some people say that you should have Ashiok only on the play and not in the draw in the mirror, which I see that. I could see doing that. I might agree with it. Yeah, but Young Pyro, I think it's good for attacking Ashiok specifically. Maybe you want to do Young Pyro on the draw to counter your opponent's Ashioks. It's also good for like just attacking on a different angle and punishing your opponent for boarding out impulses. But I didn't bring it in, just kind of again on the same logic as props, where like it's good to have, but I would rather just focus on doing the whole delve spell thing and doing that as consistently and proactively as possible. Like If you could give me a Pyro on the field for free, I would take it. But like it costing a card and 2 mana is a card and 2 mana that could have been spent on like cantrips and free the phase and shredders and things that are more strong in the mirror. Similarly, I think Drake in the mirror is a complete trap. It gets chump blocked really easily by pick locks and phoenixes, and it just gets absolutely dunked on by Mystical Dispute. So, like, yes, there have been games where I've been killed by a Drake, but it's it's not bad, but it's just not the best thing you can be doing. Borrower is interesting. I didn't bring in a Borrower here, but I do think there is merit to bringing in like one, maybe two, probably one if you know your opponent is on profs, just so you have another out to like something growing big. Like, Otawara is one out. 2 outs is twice as many outs as one, and that's pretty good. But yeah, so that's the sideboarding. There's that tangent. So yeah, so we got our land. So we're already behind. He had the turn 2 Shredder on the play is super, super strong in the mirror. Yeah, I decided not to take the second Ashiok because I figured like if the first Ashiok doesn't get there, then the second Ashiok probably won't. Cruise is just, and bottoming Cruise is just really, I'm not going to bottom a Cruise. Not in the mirror when it comes down to who casts more Cruises. So there's the profts. We just jam Spell Pierce. Because, yeah, him going Shredder profts is really, really scary. So the Consider is interesting. I didn't want to just slam Ashiok because, it is in a position where it's just going to get attacked down by the Shredder. I didn't want to just play the Shredder here because that would give him a Connive. In retrospect now, I don't know if that was the right way to play it though. Also, like, we have Ashiok and he doesn't really have a lot in his graveyard yet. He's not really threatening a Cruise, so Ashiok isn't accomplishing that much. Ashiok is really ideal when your opponent is like about to Cruise next turn and like they game plan around that and you just like stop them from doing that. It's also really interesting here that he's just hard casting Phoenixes, really just kind of going for the play Snare Thopter aggro plan, which is, playing Phoenix as a 3-2 with haste isn't terrible. Especially where it's like it's a 3-2 with haste that you don't care if it dies. So here I decide to start doing, I do my Shredder. We give him a Connive, but we get one ourselves too, so it's not that bad. He discards Steam Vents, which is interesting, and we get to throw a Phoenix in the bin. So we're in like pretty good shape here because we are threatening to Cruise next turn. Pretty much the only thing that we're really scared of is if he just untaps and slams Ashiok. And that's exactly what happens. So that kind of just like destroys what our hand is trying to do, which is really unfortunate. He gets rid of one of our Phoenixes. We have 2 Cruises in hand. So that Ashiok from him was like the perfect use case of Ashiok in the mirror. It's like I'm about to Cruise and now I don't. And yeah, and then he uses that to fuel his own Treasure Cruise. Like that was perfect for him. So I actually throw away a Cruise because with that Ashiok on the board, I don't think I'm going to cast it anytime soon. Like he just cast a Cruise, he's winning on cards now. Well, he's actually not winning on cards, but yeah, we're probably not going to win the card advantage game, and that is also just brutal. So now we're really, really far behind. Maybe we would have been better off to just like jam the Ashiok earlier when we could. Although now knowing that his turn 4 play was just hard cast Phoenix, that's a pretty good way to kill an Ashiok. So we basically would have spent 3 mana tapping out and a card to get rid of 2 cards from their graveyard and mill ourselves a little bit, I guess. Which, like, when we had Cruise, that's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, like Ashiok, when your opponent has a board and you don't, is kind of terrible. Like, you want to at least have a Shredder to block for it. So I actually throw away the Cruise, not the Phoenix, because, again, our opponent has an Ashiok on the board. If I connive Phoenix, like, he's just gonna exile it. I also target my opponent, not myself, because, again, putting cards in my graveyard doesn't really help me. My opponent's just gonna Ashiok next turn. And sometimes these games do come down to who mills out first. So, but he has the exact perfect play to rebuild his graveyard, so we're in big trouble. Oh, there he does have the Temporal Trespass there. I was wondering if he actually like is on Trespass or if he cut it. But he has the decision between Trespass, Lightning Axe, and Cruise, and he just takes the Cruise, which, like, you know, you can never argue with, especially when he has an Ashiok fueling his own graveyard. So we're in big trouble. Now, since he already activated the Ashiok, I feel okay with discarding the Phoenix. And we need to just hope that we can chain some spells together next turn. No matter what, we can get a Connive, because we have 2 spells right there. But yeah, actually, like, potentially one of our best routes to victory could just be stay alive until our opponent mills out. Because we're kind of behind in every other metric now. Waiting for him to pay costs. He's definitely cruising. Yep. And there goes our Shredder, which is really, really scary. So our life total is under a lot of pressure. We kind of need a miracle here. But again, like, we're gonna lose this game. Okay, he just kills the Ashiok, actually. We're gonna lose this game because, you know, our opponent made better use of Ashiok than we did, which, again, I think is a perfect example of, like, why Ashiok is good on the play and not the draw. Like, we both had Ashiok, and they just made better use of theirs because they had the tempo advantage from being on the play. Yeah, our opponent got better use of their Ashiok, and we just did not. Yeah, we did not. And our opponent cast more Cruises, and they did more Phoenix things. I think at this point, my only hope was Lightning Axe their thing, pierce it, pierce my own axe, and pay the cost just to triple spell and get 1 Phoenix. Which is, yeah, really, really a desperation play. Yeah, and then attack Ashiok and kill it, because probably my only way back in this game is to, like, top deck a Cruise next turn. They can attack me and put me down to 1. Or if they just draw any land, they can haul. But I don't think, you know, so attacking and not having a blocker was obviously risky, but, like, you gotta, yeah, play to your outs. You gotta play to win, don't play not to lose. Like, I'm already so far behind. I need him to kind of stumble here, and then, like, I find a Cruise next turn, and I think that's the only way I win, right? Like, just throwing away this Phoenix as a chump blocker and letting him, you know, Ashiok me is not, like, there's no way I win from there. But he has the profs for exactly lethal, so I just scoop it up right here. So that was game 2. Yeah, already kind of analyzed. You know, you win the mirror by doing delve things harder than your opponent does, and that's exactly what our opponent did here. You know, he cruised more, he had Ashiok to shut down my cruises, and so we lost. Maybe we could have played the early turns better, like maybe we could have sequenced things better. But, like, yeah, it's the Ashiok is kind of hard when they have the turn 2 Shredder and you can't answer it. So yeah, they had a great start, and we just couldn't really answer it. So on to game 3. Right, so here we're in game 3. For all the marbles, we'll play first. Come on, game. Okay, so this is our first hand. This is a terrible hand. It's 1 land, and the only card that we can cast here is Spell Pierce. Like, if it was 1 land and multiple cantrips, maybe you could make an argument, but, like, this, you know, we were just very likely to lose in the spot. You have to mulligan this. This one is weird. We do have a Lightning Axe, and Free the Fae is very, very good. But if that Free the Fae, like, gets countered or something, then we are just dead in the water. They keep. Yeah, so we keep here, lose a lightning axe because you don't like to have lightning axe when you mulligan, but at least if you have a Phoenix, it's not that bad. So yeah, just play out the steam vents first. I don't think we gain too much from like, either playing the Hall or shocking in the steam vents to bluff interaction. So he just goes island. Nothing there. Ashiok is a great draw. Again, we're on the play. Ashiok gets a little better. Oh, one sideboard change I did make for game 3 is I brought in one Brazen Borrower. Again, to, as another, like I said in the last game, to have twice as many answers to a big Profs guy. Again, like, usually you don't want to win the game with tempo, but Profs does kind of pull the game in that direction a little bit. So Brazen Borrower is a great answer for that. So pre-combat main phase. Yeah, we're not doing anything here. We do have some interesting decisions to make here because, Free the Fae is a great turn 2 play. Ashiok is a great turn 3 play. If he like taps out for something, we kind of have a question of like, do we want to Free the Fae to try and bait interaction or something, or do we want to just, now we have a chance to make sure the Free the Fae resolves while he's tapped out. So he slates, and then he plays a Hall. So I could have just forced through the Free the Fae right there, but I made the decision that I want to maximize my chance of resolving Ashiok on turn 3. So I'm actually just going to Free the Fae right here and hope that if he has some sort of interaction, like the Free the Fae baits it out. So that's some great draws. Obviously I take Cruise. I mean, not obviously. There's definitely an argument for taking Dispute. I think if I had one more land, if I had one more land in there, I would have taken the Dispute and planned on playing Ashiok on turn 4 with Dispute backup. The fact that I had 3 lands when I was making that decision made me a lot more incentivized to just grab Ashiok or slam Ashiok on turn 3 and like be more aggressive and make him have it. Because again, it kind of goes back to like, if I don't play Ashiok turn 3 and I don't have like a turn 4 land, like I have no other turn 3 play, and then I just spend my turn 3 doing nothing, and that's really, really bad. So like if it's like make a risky play or like hold up counter magic and then make the play with counter magic back up next turn, I'm very, very happy to just hold up the counter magic. But if I don't have the land I need to do that, then it just kind of becomes like make a risky play right now or do nothing. I really want to avoid the do nothing case. So anyway, I do decide to just jam the Ashiok here. I'm basically saying like, what's the worst he could have is like the worst thing that could happen is he like pierces or disputes me and then slams his own Ashiok next turn. It's a risk. It's a risk that I'm opening myself up to. But again, I'm kind of hoping that the fact that he didn't counter the Free the Fae means that he doesn't have that. And the upside is just so huge. Like if this Ashiok resolves and I get to start milling myself, then that turns on the Cruise I have in my hand. And like, again, like I just said, my hand doesn't really have anything else going on is the problem. If it was like play this Ashiok or like hold up another Free the Fae or something, I would just hold up the Free the Fae. But he did have the Dispute. So honestly, like well played by him to be disciplined, not spend it on the Free the Fae, and save it for like the more dangerous possibility on my turn 3. And now I'm tapped out, which is really scary. So I made the risky play, and it did not pay off there. However, at least he doesn't just like immediately Ashiok us. So this is nice that I decided to just play out the pick lock, hold up negate. We'll hold up negate and lightning axe. I think if our opponent like frees the Fae here on end step, I think like we're just gonna negate it. Probably. Actually, I don't know. Usually with like a pierce or dispute, you want to focus on hitting the Free the Fae rather than the potential Cruise down the line, because like a smart opponent will have like they'll wait to play the Cruise until they can play around pierce or dispute, but negate can just counter Cruise no matter what. So in that case, it's probably better to hold the negate for the cruise. But there's also, again, there's the argument of, you know, do I just want to spend all my mana right now? And also, like, when you have a cruise in hand that you can't cast yet, you're kind of incentivized to just, like, play out all your cards to, like, you know, interact, fill up your graveyard, and then just refuel. The other choice we could have done on that turn, instead of playing the Picklock, was just play out the Naked Phoenix. But the fact that we have Negate in hand to hold up incentivizes us to hold up mana, and the fact that we have Lightning Axe incentivizes us to hold the Phoenix in our hand. So we're waiting for him. What's he doing? Why isn't this working? Oh, it's because I did that. So he goes land. And he just plays the Naked Phoenix, which is really interesting, actually. So he attacks, and I actually make a really interesting decision here. I could Lightning Axe his Phoenix, pitching my Phoenix. Instead, I just chump block with the Picklock. And it's not even to save the damage. I don't care about that. It's just, I mean, saving the damage is a nice bonus, but that's just one more card in the graveyard for this cruise, right? Like, I think discounting the cruise is more impactful than, you know, than just having that 1/3 body in play. And now I Lightning Axe the Phoenix. Again, because, like, I just want to build towards this cruise. He's tapped out. I have a chance to cruise. We get another Phoenix, actually, which is kind of, you know, which is great. So, yeah, just made this series of kind of, like, weird, kind of wasteful plays because they enabled me to cast my cruise next turn. Like, obviously, a Phoenix isn't, like, your ideal target for a Lightning Axe, but doing that, it was either do that and then cruise next turn, or don't do that and, like, do nothing, or, like, if I did cruise, I would have had to basically tap out, which is bad. And now we're in good shape. We can hold up Negate and Free the Fae. You know, getting two Spire Bluffs off a cruise isn't awesome, but, you know, Free the Fae is awesome. And again, since we have Haul and we're hopefully eventually building up towards Temporal Trespass things, hitting your land drops is good. Another just Naked Phoenix. He's going for the Snare Thopter aggro plan, which honestly, like, we are totally fine with. It's like he's getting, like, a little bit of, you know, pressure on the board, but that is far from the scariest thing he could be doing to us. So we could just Free the Fae on end step. We're not going to do that. We're going to play around a Spell Pierce or a Dispute or something like that. The Shredder is really nice, though. But yeah, but I do just Free the Fae first to continue playing around Pierce or Dispute or something like that. And there's the interesting choice. Lightning Axe, Temporal Trespass, Sleight of Hand. And yeah, I actually take the Sleight of Hand, which is really interesting. I figured, yeah, the Trespass... Well, yeah, so I think my logic here was obviously Trespass is a super strong card, especially in the mirror. Like, it's just a win con all on its own. Leaving it in the graveyard, like, really, really hurts. But if we take the Trespass, so we can't cast the Trespass yet, and because we don't have, like, the card flow going, if we don't take the if we do take the Trespass, we will not be able to cast it for a long time. So I actually prioritized just, like, taking the Sleight of Hand, the cantrip that lets us keep digging through our deck. You know, next turn we can go, like, Shredder, Sleight of Hand, still holding up Negate, because that gives us more plays, like, plays that are actually impactful right now, rather than, like, taking a speculative card for later and then just kind of, like, being in top deck mode right now. Which, again, maybe the speculative card for later is better. It's a really, you know, I don't know, neither choice is necessarily right or wrong, but that's the choice I went with. Again, Trespass is so strong in the mirror, and it does hurt to it really does hurt to bin it. So now we have a choice. Do we want to negate the Profts? And this is how much I disrespect Profts, is I didn't negate it. Because right now, all the Profts does is it puts one counter on this bird. The thing I'm really scared of is if he then casts Treasure Cruise. I would much rather negate Treasure Cruise than Profts. And again, this is the one negate I have. I want to save it for a cruise. So this is getting scary, though. He does have a good amount. Like, this could potentially be a 2-turn clock, right? Like, right now he only has he's putting me at 8, and he has 7 power on board, but all he needs to do is draw one extra card next turn, and that's lethal. But we have a Shredder, we have a Cantrip, we have another Picklock we can play to chump block with. We can buy time against the Profts. So obviously we just, bam, slam the Shredder, slam the Slate. Another Shredder is actually fantastic. And there's the Cruise. We can't cast it yet. So, yeah, interesting decisions here. I decided not to play out the Shredder because I didn't want to... Well, so I played out the Prankster. I guess I could have just played out the Shredder instead of the Prankster here. Oh yeah, but I played out the Prankster because I figured I might need to chump block with something, and I would rather chump block with a Prankster than a Shredder. I didn't just go Shredder Prankster because, you know, that puts more bodies on the board, but then we're not holding up negate. So our plan here is just chump block with the Prankster. Next turn, we can go Shredder Cruise, even if we have to, like, you know, overpay in mana for the Cruise. We're just buying time, right? We have 3 Phoenixes in the bin. We have a Cruise we can cast. We have a negate that we can use to, like, try to interact with our opponent. The Profts is scary, but if they're not casting Cruises... So the Profts is scary, but Cruise is scarier. And now this is the hard thing, is if they just, like, chain cantrips together, we can't really, like, that's hard for us to interact with. However, again, Profts isn't, like, as scary as it could be because we have a Picklock Prankster to just chump block with and buy us time. If they could, like, spread the counters around, like, on one turn, that would be a lot scarier, but the fact is they just, like, even if they just pop off right now, they have to make one just mega big Phoenix, and, you know, our Picky, sadly for him, but valiantly, our Picky will just chump block it. And this is why Shredder is so strong in the mirror, and maybe a reason why I should have just played the second Shredder as soon as possible. Any turn that he has where he's popping off also gives us connives. So this is actually a really interesting choice. Yeah, I discard the Pierce. I think if I had one more mana up, I would have kept the Pierce to, like, you know, so I could fight over a Cruise better. You know, so I could go, like, negate the Cruise, and then if he, like, disputes it, then I can spell Pierce it. But also, like I keep saying, the later in the game you get, the worse Pierce gets. And all 3 of these cards are just total bangers. I don't want to lose any of them. So he surveils. He tops a card, which is always good to pay attention to that. Means that he probably found something pretty good. There's Free the Fae, which again, I don't actually counter this. I'm just saving the negate for a Cruise. It's like he could hit another Phoenix, which would be bad, but, like, all this stuff is working up towards a Delve spell, and that's the scariest thing that he could do, and that's what we want to save this one negate for, right? We don't win by being a shitty control deck and trying to interact with everything they do. We win by picking and choosing our battles with our interaction, while also doing our proactive thing. So there's an Axe. I think I actually do negate this, because again, this matters because it is actually contributing to the board state. And yeah, and he has 0 cards in hand after this. So it's like maybe he does top deck a Cruise, but it's like, yeah, and a Cruise would be one of the scariest things he could do. But Shredder is super, super strong. Protecting the Shredder is very, very valuable. Oh, he discarded a Haul with the Axe, which is interesting. So it's like which axis do you want to fight over? Do you want to fight over the board state and tempo, or the card advantage? And, you know, with Profts, like, card advantage also translates to board state. But I decided, yeah, he cast the Axe. He had 1 card left in hand. If it's a Cruise, then you got me. But I took the risk, and I was like, you know what? This Shredder is too important to let it die. And it wasn't a Cruise. So, you know, now, even with the Profts on the field, we have a Cruise. Like, he did one, you know, he cast 1 Slate of hand. Like, we're feeling pretty good. Unless he found exactly Cruise off of that slate, which he did. So maybe a little punished for, you know, spending the negate on the Lightning Axe. It was a gamble. You know, he drew into the Cruise, which, to be fair, our deck is very good at doing that. But keeping that Shredder on the board is a really big deal. So yeah, he makes one big Mondo Phoenix, so obviously that's the one that the Prankster's going in front of. He swings with everything. He's just trying to pressure us. So obviously we kill this slightly bigger Phoenix and chump blocks the very much bigger Phoenix, and we take 3. So that was a good turn by him. That's scary. We're kind of in trouble. So we play our Shredder, and we cruise. That's obviously the first step towards a winning board state here. We have double connives, which is fantastic. Get those 2 shitty lands out of the way. Now this Otawara, that's bingo right there. That's a great card to find. So we cast 1 spell. Free the Fae makes us very likely to be able to have a Phoenix turn, which is kind of exactly what we need, and we get there. And that next Picklock Prankster is beautiful. So we get our birds back. Yeah, I thought for a little bit here on like how many guys I should leave back to chump block with. Figured, obviously we want to attack with a Shredder. We don't want to, like, this Shredder is probably our best creature on the board. Obviously chump blocking with Phoenixes is better than chump blocking with Shredders because we can get the Phoenixes back. And the Shredders are more valuable because they have the connive. If we do have to give up a Shredder, obviously it should be the smaller one probably. So getting in for 6 damage seems pretty solid here. We are threatening now to potentially kill him. Like if he just swings out and we can kill him on the crackback. We could hold up the Free the Fae here, but I decided to just play out another Picklock body. Again, we could have played out the Shredder as well, just like get more connives. But yeah, I decided it's better to be able to guarantee a connive out of our Shredder next turn. Like next turn we can just go Shredder, play some spells. And I'd rather Free the Fae on our turn rather than their end step in order to, guarantee that we can triple spell and bring back Phoenixes again. So a lot of considerations there. And again, just getting these Picklocks out, like they don't affect the board that much. Like they're not going to help us attack very well, but they're chump blockers for his big props guys. And again, right now, I'm really wishing that I had that Temporal Trespass. And this whole time, I'm thinking like, okay, we're okay as long as he doesn't trespass us. If he has Trespass, then we're dead. So honestly, when I saw him casting stuff with Delve, like exiling the cards from his graveyard, the fact that it was a cruise and not a Trespass, I kind of breathed a sigh of relief. So don't need that land, obviously. Don't need that land. You see how much work these connives are doing for us of just like filtering out these dead draws and making sure that we have nothing but gas. So that Shredder's dead. Glad that we attacked with it and got some value out of it before it died. Now he just plays out his Picklock body. And yeah, that's obviously a very good wearer of the props counters. So now he has a big scary dude. Smart of him to only swing with 1. I obviously have to chump block it. The decision here is, do I want to chump it with a Picklock or a Phoenix? I think chumping it with a Phoenix is better because, the Phoenixes are recursive. I would be more scared if he had mana for like an Ashiok or something and was threatening to exile the Phoenix, but with only 1 mana up. And that is a beautiful draw. So same as last turn, we start with the Shredder. Now we're going to guarantee 2 connives. Yeah, just go for the cruise. Another consideration here is we're starting to get low on cards in deck. We're going to have these connives, we're going to cruise, we're going to Free the Fae. It's getting a little scary. And we're running low on clock, so I started kind of playing pretty fast here. Yeah, lose the Opt. Maybe it would have been... Well, there's an argument for losing the Picklock Prankster instead because, milling ourselves is getting a little scary. But The Free the Fae does a better... it's more likely to find us more cards to bring the Phoenix back. And it's also, like, the fact that it has a chump blocking body attached to it is very, very relevant. So we do another Connive. The Borrower is very interesting. Yeah, and at this point I actually lose the Odawara, because the Borrower does that job even better. Well, it can be countered, but it costs less mana, so maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't say better. I think I had to keep the Prankster, because we need to chain our spells together. That's an easy choice there. And yeah, you can see I'm already like kind of trying to be cautious with the pick lock. Oh, never mind, there it is. Dispute is a nice pickup. Decide not to pay 2. You know, the mana could potentially be relevant because maybe we want to go like Petty Theft and hold up Dispute or something like that. But also going to 3 life, which is exactly 1 Phoenix hit, is incredibly relevant. Getting low on clock, getting low on cards and deck. So we do get our Phoenix back. But swinging out doesn't really help us here. Specifically because that that big vigilant pick lock is just such a good blocker. So yeah, I don't attack here at all. Again, just trying to plan out how the next like turn or two is going to go. I figure my route to victory here. So I'm limited on cards in deck. Like I probably only have 1 more turn, maybe 2. He also like is pressuring me very well. My route to victory is see how he attacks, hopefully Petty Theft some stuff, and crack back for lethal. We also haven't found our Galvanic Iteration yet, so we could potentially, and this is a plus of Petty Theft over Odawara, we could Galvanic Petty Theft. So that Consider is fine. Oh yeah, I Spell Pierce it because I figure I'm not going to have any other good chances to Spell Pierce, and it just, takes a potential card out of his hand. But yeah, I think that's why I held up the mana instead of playing out this pick lock, because I wanted to hold up Pierce and Dispute potentially. This whole time I'm still just terrified of Trespass. Cruise? It's okay. I think about disputing it and forcing him to, just tap out to resolve the Cruise. But I decided instead we could just dispute whatever he follows up with. Which I was wrong, because we can't dispute that. But you know what? That's fine. He does the bin of Phoenix, which is scary. So I lose the Opt. And there's the Galvanic. That's what we really needed. So I think made a mistake here. I shouldn't have been the Galvanic. I should have just been the Consider. No matter what, we are going to be able to triple spell if we keep the Galvanic in hand, right? We can just go Galvanic, Flashback Galvanic, Petty Theft, and that's like the best play we could possibly make. I think I was in a situation where I was low on clock. I was trying to just play fast, and I just defaulted to like a heuristic that's normally accurate. It's like, oh, just discard Galvanic. You can get extra, like you get the flashback value. Thinking about it again, I should have discarded the Consider. Which again, it's like what is important right now is just playing to the board and the tempo. Consider doesn't do that. In fact, it actively can harm us. The Borrower and Dispute and all that is really important. Although the Consider does end up being important here. So again, it's hard to say how things would have turned out. So he's just picking apart our board. This is really scary. He gets another Phoenix back. And now this is basically like, this is now or never. Like we have to win this game on the next turn or we lose. Also, big moment here of seeing how he attacks. Like I don't think he knows we have Brazen Borrower. The fact that he just swings out is huge. Honestly, I think this is a misplay from him. He should have just looked at how many cards we each had in deck and the fact that I was running low on time. And like, he doesn't need to kill us with combat damage. Like at this, but even disregard the clock. That's just like a Magic Online thing. Say this is in an RCQ. we're going to deck ourselves before he does. So like he doesn't need to kill us, he just needs to not die. So I think him swinging out like this is kind of a mistake. So obviously we just, we block everything we can. One Phoenix gets through. This is why it was really important that we didn't shock ourselves before, because, then we would have lost. We go down to 2. But now, he's tapped out except for 1 blue. We have Mystical Dispute up for whatever he can do. It's like, this is our chance. He's at exactly 12, which means that 4 Phoenix hits kills him. But he has this Picklock Prankster. We have the Brazen Borrower to deal with it. So right, we are going to bounce the Picklock Prankster. Like he can't have, like, there's nothing he can do because he only has 1 blue and we have Mystical Dispute. The question now just becomes, can we find this one last Phoenix? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, if we had more mana, the other possibility could have maybe been like just bring back, like bounce this, bring back 3 Phoenixes, and like swing with the Hall of Storm Giants. But we don't have enough mana for that. So the way that this played out with him swinging out like this, holding Galvanic for the Petty Theft didn't end up mattering. But if he had played it smarter, that would have mattered. So I realized this. I'm like, okay, he's dead to exactly 4 Phoenixes. We don't have any Phoenixes in exile, obviously. We have 3 Phoenixes in the graveyard. That means there's still 1 Phoenix left in these 7 cards in our deck. And we have 2 Considers and a Galvanic Iteration to dig for that Phoenix. So, here we go. Start with 1 Consider. We see a Shredder. Throw that fucker in the trash. Another Consider. Treasure Cruise. Honestly, that I actually just threw that one away. Yeah, the Lightning Axe is pretty nice. We have 3 cards left in library. This means that Galvanic Iteration and Consider will show us the rest of our library. The Lightning Axe is actually kind of huge because, like, if that Phoenix is the very last card and we can't just like bin it with the Consider because then we would lose, we can draw the Phoenix and still put it in the graveyard. So that Lightning Axe was a massive draw. Now I think we're guaranteed to win the game. So we go ahead, we do Galvanic, we Consider, Galvanic copies it. And there's the Phoenix. I think I just binned it right here, and we drew. It didn't matter what order we did this in, as long as we just make sure we don't draw off an empty library with the second Consider. So there's the Phoenix. Play land, it doesn't really matter. Bounce the Picklock. We have Mystical Dispute up for anything he could do. With 0 cards in the library and 1 minute left on the clock, we bring back 4 Phoenixes for exactly lethal. What a finish. Like, absolute photo finish. And we got there. So this was an incredible game. I mean, the whole league was incredible, honestly. Every single game was just like a total banger, right down to the wire. Again, this is like an example. This game specifically is another example of just winning through profts. Like, the profts was scary for sure. We still won because we drew through our whole deck and our opponent drew through half of theirs. That's what wins you the game in the Phoenix Mirror. Like, profts is good, profts is scary. It doesn't make up for this differential. But still, that was such a close match. Like, absolutely fantastic match. And yeah, so we ended up going 4-1 in this league, which is pretty great, and had a freaking great time while we were doing it. So if you've gotten all the way through this video, thank you so much. Let me know in the comments what you want to see out of future videos, how I can improve this, what plays I should have made differently. Tell me what an idiot I am for all my punts. Or just, talk to me about Phoenix and, in the comments or in the Phoenix Discord, whatever. So yeah, thanks for watching, and go Birds.